The regular Committee of the Whole meeting for August 22nd. The clerk tonight will be Ms. Sheila Gurry. And I want to first recognize that we're on the traditional territory of the Nanaimo First Nations. So I'd like to call the regular Committee of the Whole meeting to order. And I would like Council's advice. I would propose a 10-minute recess at 18:30 hours or 6:30 for 10 minutes. We have late items. Ms. Gurry.
Thank you, Your Worship. For late items this evening on the addendum, we have for agenda item 7F, quarterly direct award purchases. We're adding a delegation from Mr. Leon Cake. Agenda item 11A, we're removing delegation from Ms. Arla Jean Murch regarding the proposed closing of Bevan Pool for the 3-month period. Agenda item 11C for the notice of motion that's now under other business from Councillor Brennan regarding medical marijuana related business bylaw. We're adding delegation from Dieter McPherson. We're also adding for the same item another delegation from Ms. Victoria Ingram and from Mr. Alex Robb for the same item. And for item 12B, we're removing delegation from Ms. Lori Antefave regarding the Nanaimo Canoe and Kayak Club. For agenda item 12D, we're removing delegation from Ms. Linda Keys regarding e-town hall meetings. And I believe we have another agenda item. We didn't get confirmation in writing, but under delegations, Mr. Holden Southward said he wasn't going to be here via telephone, but I suspect he's not going to be, so we'll remove that item.
Thank you. Does Council have any additional items? I have two. One is Mr. Mike Sunga, and it's concerning a notice on 354-356 Watfield Avenue. He's looking for an extension of time based on Council's order. The next one is Ms. Geraldine Proughton, the core review under, where are we now? Concerning the core review with respect to the Bevan Pool closure. Seeing no further, can we have a motion from Council to adopt the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Thorpe, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, motion for the adoption of the minutes of the July 18th meeting. Can we have a motion for the adoption, please? Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Brennan. Thank you. Any discussion, errors, or omissions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed, motion carries. So there are no presentations. There's nothing under administration. The first, Ms. Samra.
Hi, I'm just going to recommend that you move 7A to 7E until you have the rest of Council join you, because you're going to be doing your committees by consensus.
So everything will change. So B will become A, C will become B, D will become C, E will become D, and A will become E. Thank you. Council, do you wish to make that change to the agenda? Do we have a motion to make that change? Councillor Fuller. Seconder. Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries.
All right.
Thank you. So, next item is the operating results for the 6 months ended 2016, June 30.
Your Worship, I was just going to say that Mr. Victor Mema is going to do a presentation before moving on to the financial reports. And his PowerPoint is available on our website as well.
On which item?
You can go ahead.
The presentation is going to cover all items which are now rearranged, so it will be A to F. And so the way I would like to do that, if you look at the presentation between you and I, we can coordinate so that you can do the receipt of stuff in between as we go through the presentation. I hope we can manage that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are making a presentation tonight on our financial reports, the quarterly financial reports for the period ending Q2 2016. We normally don't come to Council with quarter one reports for various reasons, primarily two. The first one being we normally approve or get the approval of the budget sometime in April, May. And secondly, without that budget, so we would not have done much work. So it looks like if we continue approving the budget in December, we should at some point begin to have Q1 reports as well. And so what we're covering now is 2 quarters, which is Q1 and Q2 for this time. Just as background, I'm hoping those at home can read this, but our financial management framework really goes around 4 phases. First, we are informed by direction from Council in various master plans that are subject to the city's strategic plan and OCP. And at the end of each year, we go through the budget process, which results in the financial plan, which is a 5-year financial plan, and it's split between operating and capital. After that is approved, staff then go on to deliver the services and also execute on projects. And in between the year, we provide progress reports to Council, and we, as of now, provide quarterly reports, and I have several that we'll go through tonight. And these also include an amendment to our financial plan as well. So for an agenda, it covers the items A to F as rearranged in your agenda. We'll talk about the financial reports covering operating results, capital projects, as well as council expenditures. We'll also talk about some purchasing reports, the single tender submissions and direct awards, and we'll end with an amendment to the 5-year financial plan. So at this point, this item was 7B, now it's 7A, so I'll leave that to your worship.
Go ahead. Okay, so, Council, we do have a recommendation on page 11 that Council received for information the report pertaining to the operating results for the 6 months ended June 30th. Can we have mover of the motion, please? Councillor Fuller, seconded by Councillor Brennan. Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Before the discussion, I could just go through, provide you some highlights.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
So, as I already said, we prepare quarterly financial reports to Council, and these focus on just a summary of our revenues and expenditures, and we try and compare that to our budget. At this point, obviously, we would have identified some issues, some emerging issues that we would like Council to address, and that gets addressed in our financial plan amendment. We also make a projection as to what our surplus at the end of the year would look like. However, in between the quarterly reports that we bring to Council internally, management does go through a monthly review process, and we prepare this for each department. And these inform the trends that we actually highlight in the quarterly reports that we provide to Council. If there are any changes or issues that are rising that cannot wait for the quarter to end to bring to Council, we would bring those in, but we didn't have any at this point. So, as we stand at the end of Q2, which was June 30th, 2016, we are projecting that we would end up with a surplus of $1.8 million. and it is broken down as follows. The general operations are projecting a $1.8 million surplus, sewer about $100,000, and we are currently projecting a deficit in the water fund of about $61,000. So how is this broken down? This is by department. City administration is projecting a surplus of about $95,000. Corporate services are projecting a surplus of about $191,000. Just a brief comment on the city administration revenue that's showing a negative or a shortfall. The shortfall that we're projecting is really impacted by our projection that we will not earn as much interest on our investments due to low interest rates that we're earning on the money that's at the bank. Community development is projecting about $655,000 in surplus, and about $500,000 of that really is a good news story. We have experienced a good year in terms of building permits, and we are trending about $500,000 above the budget on new building permit revenue. Parks and Recs projecting about $92,000 surplus, engineering about $6,000, emergency services about $913,000, and the majority of that really is a surplus that we're projecting in the RCMP contract. And then I've addressed the general revenue piece, water, and the sewer piece, and the total projection for our surplus at this point is about $1.8 million. Obviously, we still have another 6 months to go in the year, and we will see how this number will look like when we provide you another update, which is going to be at the end of Q3. So we'd expect that report to come to council at about mid to end of October. This chart I just picked up from the report that you have, and it simply gives you another look at the projections by departments. Within your report, you have Appendix 1 that you can look at for details. That explains some of the projections that are about $100,000 above, just for information for yourselves. Thank you.
Questions? Councillor Fuller.
Just curious, on page 15, it mentions unbudgeted WorkSafe BC recoveries. What are those?
So what happens is as we pay the premiums to WorkSafe, and also as they look at our statistics in terms of the injuries, we get a rebate once in a while. Or we get levied more, depending on what the statistics look like.
So is this a good thing or a bad thing on our part?
This time it's a recovery, so it's a good thing.
Oh, awesome. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you very much. I just wish to say from the beginning that I appreciate this information coming forward in this fashion on a quarterly basis. Really, really appreciate it. Extremely helpful and provides us with considerable detail. I have two questions. One is, you indicated that our investment portfolio has a low interest rate, and so our earnings are not as robust as we might have liked. Do we have the ability to invest where we choose, or do we not have the ability to invest where the City of Nanaimo would choose to get the best return?
Through the chair, we're limited in the kind of instruments that we can use for investments, and so through the community charter, we are limited to certain types of investments that we can take, and all of them are conservative, and so the way we invest municipal finance is such that the first priority or the first goal is to preserve the capital, so we don't take as much risk obviously, if you are not taking that much risk, you should expect less returns, and that confines us to low interest earning instruments.
But we have a balanced portfolio.
Yeah, but you can only balance it within that.
All right, thank you. And my second question
yeah.
then, I appreciate that. My second question is the combination of the Port of Nanaimo Center and the economic development. It was combined in your presentation. Could you separate those for me?
Sure, we can. I'll let staff pick those numbers up for you while we go through, and I can provide you what the numbers
Page
look like.
18.
So if we go to, I think it's Appendix 2, if I'm correct.
Correct.
So they are listed under other. And so we start with the Port of Nanaimo Center operations, and the projection there is a surplus of about $85,000. Then we have the debt payments, and the debt payments, that's not the operating side. This we actually manage internally for the debt that's on the building. And we're not projecting any surplus there because those are debt payments. Those are coming the way they would come. Then you have the economic development one. At this point, we are not projecting a difference from what is budgeted for. But what we haven't done really is to engage the NEDC to give us their projection, which we would actually do in September. So we'd have a better number for Q3 on the NEDC side. And then I think the other two, the downtown revitalization and corporate facilities, we're only projecting at 10,000 surplus on the corporate facilities, and that's about it.
Thank you. And if I just have, if I may, just one comment. Would it be possible to have the 2015 actuals when trying to make relative comparisons as to, without going into the big budget on these items that you've identified? It would just be really helpful for me to see where we've been, where in the previous year, and then now where we're going. So I do really appreciate this information. It's really, really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, we'll make the adjustment in the presentation. Just as we're talking, I understand that the NEDC is actually projecting an $80,000 deficit at this point. The CAO actually sits there as a representative of council, and so that's the number I've got.
Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment, Mr. Mima, that one of the reason why the charter makes us be cautious with regard to our investments is because this is taxpayers' money, and we absolutely don't take risks with money that doesn't belong to us. So I appreciate your explanation, but I just wanted to take it that one step farther and remind us that this is taxpayers' money, and that's why we're so cautious with it.
Thank you, Councillor Brennan. So there is a motion on the floor to receive for information, the report pertaining to the operating results for the 6 months ended June 30th, 2016. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Now, I'm going to let you go into the next one, which is capital project results for the 6 months ended. I'm not going to call the question right now, but when you cue me up, I'll call the question then. And the purpose is to present the summary of the capital project results for the 6-month period ending June 30th. Go ahead, Mr. Memo.
Thank you, Your Worship. The capital project results also covers the period ending June 30, 2016, and it summarizes our projects as approved by Council. We prepare this quarterly as well, and like I said, once we get into a routine of getting the budgets approved in December, we'll probably consider doing a Q1 separate report. So what I'm going to provide you is a status report in most cases, and it's as good as when we put this report, and work has been ongoing since we put the report, which is about a difference of about 2.5 to 3 weeks. If there are cases where we have identified issues that need to be addressed, we would address those in an amendment, and that's part of one of the reports that we are dealing with. So the 2016 project budget is about $50 million, and we've categorized this into 3 categories, which is completed, in progress, and delayed. And in Appendix 1 and 2 in your report, we provide you some updates that may be of interest to you. But from a budgetary perspective, the way we stand as of now, we have a total budget approved of $50 million. So far, we have committed or spent about $20 million, which leaves us with about $30 million that we need to spend. If you look at the chart that's in front of you, we have some money left on completed budgets or complete projects about $1 million. And then on the far right, we have about $16 million worth of projects that are delayed in one fashion or another. And the details are provided in Appendixes 1 and 2. If you have specific questions to a project, we have members of staff available to answer to some of your questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Once again, real good information. The $16 million, is the $16 million a combination of DCC money and general fund, or is it, could you help me to better understand the availability and accessibility of those monies if the projects actually come in below budget?
Through the chair, so if we look at Appendix 2, pages 27 to 28, that's where we list the delayed projects. However, what we haven't provided you is what the funding sources are for these. But in general, what I would say, unless something is being funded from general revenue, then you are restricted into how you can redirect that money. So if it's DCC, then it can only go back to DCC reserve. But we can provide you and update this presentation to kind of like show where the funds are coming from.
Thank you. And just to follow up then, if I may. So to that, when you come back with the next quarterly report and that $16 million number has changed or it's been amended, would it be possible to provide us with the information that what remains in DCC projects, if you will, funded, and what monies may be available for other capital general revenue projects?
Yes.
Just the amounts.
Yes, through the chair, that's possible.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. Mima, thank you very much for the information. I'm just curious about the fact that nearly 1/3 of our projects are in the delayed category, and that's somewhat of a concern to me. I recognize there's different reasons for that. Would it be fair to say that the majority are delayed because of council decisions, or are there other important factors that are causing this, Mr. Mima?
In general, we did council did a good thing in approving the budget early this year, and there are a number of reasons why some projects, without being specific, because I don't know the specifics of each one of these, but in general, what you run into is there's a lot of pre-work that happens, especially on bigger projects, and so depending on when we bring this forward for approval, we may still have 1 or 2 or 3 other steps to go through in terms of preparation, and that's where some of these could be held back. In other instances, obviously, you run into capacity issues from a staffing perspective, so you prioritize, and you can only deliver as much as your capacity can provide you. But if there is a specific project, I'm sure the concerned directors may actually provide some specificity as to why the delay.
Yeah, thank you. My question was in general terms only. So then as we move into Q3 and Q4, hopefully that percentage of delayed projects we'll see decreased.
Through the chair, that's correct. What we are going to be doing anyways in early September is to corporately go through that list so we can understand the delays, because this speaks into what we ask in the next budget cycle, because you can't keep adding when you have these delayed projects. So we'll try and understand that. So we'll sit around as administration and work out what the reasons are.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there's a question, the question or the recommendation is on page 19, and that is that Council receive for information the report pertaining to the capital project results for the 6 months ended 2016, June 30th. Motion is moved by Councillor Pratt and seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Council expenses for the 6 months ended 2016, June 30th.
Thank you, Your Worship. Before I move away from the capital projects, I just needed to mention, I think Councillor Thorpe actually asked me a specific question. The delays, there is no project here that's delayed because of a council action. So you're not on the hook on that one. We're working on them. Thank you. Council expenses for the period ending June 30, 2016. So this one is our inaugural report, and it supports the council spending and amenities policy number 1-0530-05, which we approved in March of 2016. Article 1.5.2 requires that I provide a quarterly report on council spending. And so we'll go through a summary of the mayor and council expenditure as of the end of June in 2016. But before I do that, I think we've gone through the trial period, and so I just want to probably go through the process a little bit so we can clean up the kinks that may be in there. And then I'll go through the summary for each councillor and mayor. So internally, what we've done is we've developed a form, and this form is not altogether new. We've taken a form that we use for all staff and kind of like customized it for council. And then you have a copy of that form that we passed on around. And at the back of that form, there is some instructions or some guides for you. I'm just going to go through a few of these, just to highlight this for your benefit, so that as we go through the last part of the year, we can try this new way of doing things and smooth this. In general, it's been, I think, worked pretty well. Number one, the way the council spending in amenities policy is structured is such that most of the approval for council expenditure is really done by council itself, not necessarily by staff. And so we have taken advantage of the introduction of the acting mayor position, getting more involved in the running of council. And so we have assigned some duties as per policy between the mayor and the acting mayor in terms of approving and pre-approving expenses. So the acting mayor approves all expenses, expense claims for mayor and council during that month, and the mayor in turn approves expenses for the acting mayor. Number two, the mayor and councillors' discretionary spending is limited to $10,000 for the mayor and $8,500 for a councillor. Now, these numbers, we looked at how discretionary spending was happening in the past, and we picked these numbers as good representatives or representations of what would be required for each one of you to discharge your duties. Obviously, the mayor gets an extra $1,500 by virtue of the functions that the mayor has to attend. And what we are doing now is we're collecting information as you spend. We'll revisit these limits probably at the end of this year, and we'll bring this back to you if there's need for us to amend this spending. The mayor and council can reallocate. That means as an individual councillor or as the mayor, you can reallocate the allocations between sponsored events, hospitality, conferences, and telephone and internet. So if you look at the reports that we've provided in the agenda, you would notice that we picked up some numbers and said, all right, for sponsored events, for the mayor it's $1,500, for a councillor, I think we put about $375. But if you look at the bottom, if you look at the summaries that you have, and I'm looking at page 31 of the agenda as an example, and we will use His Worship as an example. So the allocated budget for 2016 is about $15,000. And if you look at the bottom, he has spent up to about 40% of that budget. So the guideline 3, what it is simply saying is anything between sponsored events, hospitality, conference travel, you can actually move monies along that, as well as monies from your telephone and internet. So you can look at the bottom line for those. For conferences, we already have pre-approved within policy for FCM, UBCM, and AVICC. Our advice to you is for conferences that have taken place and there's a saving there, you can actually reallocate that money for any other purpose within here, for something that has happened. So in this case, we have had the AVICC happen. And in 2016, we were lucky it happened here in Nanaimo, and so there were huge savings there. That's not always the case because in other years you have to travel away from here, so that may cost a little bit more. But looking at most, spent about $300, so you have $700 that you can reallocate to other areas. However, when we get to guide number 4, which has to deal with legal. With legal, what we would recommend is that you do not reallocate your legal budget. So you have two sides to your legal budget. You have the conflict of interest, which is allocated as a fund, a pooled fund, which is $3,000 for all of council. That cannot be reallocated to anything. It's stipulated for that. For any other legal fees that happen, those have to come through a council resolution. And that can't be reallocated either because it's limited to what council resolution would have actually provided for that. So you have a mix of discretionary spending for everything else, and then you have limited discretion or not discretion at all when it comes to the legal fees. There is training that we noticed that we did not provide for. The assumption was FCM, AVICC, UBCM provide you with some training. But there's obviously training that's provided by LGLA from time to time, and councillors may actually decide that they want to take on some of that. What we hope would happen now, when we put this together, it was post the budget process. So we're hoping as we get into the budget season, each councillor can actually think through if there's any courses that they would like to take. We would like to budget for these separately, but we want to pre-plan for them. So you can actually say, I've seen this course that I would like to go to, and so we can actually pre-budget for those. And that would be, I think, best way to deal with any other training that's outside FCM, UBCM, and AVICC. Other than that, if you look at number 6, if any one of you sit in a board or represent council in another organization, we would prefer that you send any expenses for reinvestment to that organization that you sit on, and most of these actually do reimburse you for that kind of work. Number 8, neither individual councillor nor mayor has authority to enter into contracts or obligate the city financially. What that means is that authority can only be exercised once directed by council. And if there's an emergency, I think there's ways provided for in the community charter to address that. In short, the form that we have provided to you is available. It's going to be put in your mailboxes. It's fillable electronically, so you can fill it electronically. And to expedite managing your expenses and spending, if you can speak directly with the administrative assistant assigned to mayor and council, between her office and finance, will keep this up to date so that at any given time you can actually know where you are in terms of spending for the kind of stuff that would have come to us. So with those brief comments, I'm just going to go through quickly the spending to date for each councillor and the mayor. So as of June 30th, 2016, Mayor Bill McKay has a budget of $15,000. He has committed or spent about $6,000, which leaves him with a balance of $8,000. Councillor Bestwick, he has a budget of $13.5 million. He has spent about $4.6 million.
13.5 million.
I'll take that again. Councillor Bestwick has a budget of $13.5 thousand. He has spent about $4.8 thousand. He has a budget left of $8.7 thousand. Councillor Brennan has a budget of $8.5 thousand. She has spent about $5,000, which leaves a balance for her of $3.5 thousand. Councillor Fuller has a budget of $13.5 thousand. He has spent about $4.7 thousand, which leaves about $8.8 thousand for him. Councillor Hong has a budget of $13.5. He has spent about $6.5 thousand, and that leaves him with a balance of $7.5 thousand. Councillor Kip has a budget of $13.5 thousand. He has spent about $1,000, which leaves him with $12.5 thousand. Councillor Pratt has a budget of $13.5 thousand. She has spent about $6.5 thousand, which leaves her with a budget of $7,000. Councillor Thorpe has a budget of $13.5. He has spent about $2,000, which leaves him with $11.5 thousand. Councillor Yorkham has a budget of $13.5 thousand. He has spent about $4.8 thousand, which leaves him with a budget of $8.7 thousand. So in general, council has a budget of about $118,000. They have spent about $41,000, which leaves them with about $77,000 for the rest of the year. Another way of looking at this is council expenses by type. And so sponsored events, in total, there's a budget of $4,500, and council has spent about $1.3 thousand. For hospitality, there's a total budget of $3.5 thousand, and you've spent about $0.3 thousand. For travel and conferences, travel related, you have a budget of about $2.5 thousand, and you've spent about $3.3 thousand. LGA, and this is the one that I referred to when we put this policy and limits together, we did not account for this. And we're collecting this data, and we're hoping that in the next round we would have councillors decide which training to take. But so far, we have spent about $2,500 on training. FCM, which was in Winnipeg, we had a budget of $27,000, and we spent about $9,000, which leaves $18,000 on that unspent. UBCM, which is coming up, with a budget of $22,500. There's a little bit of bookings that have been done of about $500. AVICC, which was held here, the budget of $9,000, you spent about $2,200. Legal fees, with a budget of $40,000, you've spent about $14,600 on that. China trip, nothing budgeted for that, and probably should have taken that out. This year we don't have that. For telephone and internet, budget of about $9,000, and so far spent about $7,500. So in short, that summarizes our first report for council. We've received a lot of FOI requests in the 6 months, and I probably disappointed a lot of people by not releasing these numbers for one good reason. We have a predetermined timing when this is going to be released, and if we get requests in between, we would not have reconciled these numbers. And in the few instances where I reluctantly released the numbers, when I finally come up with the reconciled numbers, there are slight differences, and people then wonder, well, you gave me this number first, and I always say I qualified that as unreconciled. But since we're getting into a routine of providing these quarterly, we'll post these on our website once they come to council. So the numbers that you see today, they will show up on our website from tomorrow going forward. I think if we wait for the quarterly releases, we would all look at the same numbers. They are well reconciled, and we can answer questions at that time. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. Comment, question. Once again, excellent information, detailed. Thank you. Timely, about time, and happy to see it. I have a question as it relates to the expense forms themselves. As it relates to the expense forms, we have other stakeholders that we provide expense monies to. Is this the same form that other agencies that the city funds use in order to be reimbursed, or is there other iterations of this form? And if there is, why?
So the other agencies or subsidiaries of the city, we are currently, so I'll give you an example. An example is NEDC. Sometime this year, they were going through their financial policies, so they did come through us in terms of streamlining their policies so they are aligned with city policies. And that's as much as we did. We haven't gone into prescribing the kind of forms other than working with them in defining what's eligible for reimbursement and what's not. I don't see a challenge with us helping them define the kind of forms, but we hadn't done that.
If I could follow that up, please.
Please just leave your microphone on until you finish, if you could, please, Councillor.
I'm not in. My question wasn't whether or not we're helping organizations that we fund with streamlining and operating inefficiencies. I trust that we're doing that. And I trust that we're working together on making those better. But when we have this expense claim form that the entire city of Nanaimo uses, and other stakeholders then we should be giving them this one, as opposed to helping them with theirs. We have one. Here it is. It works for us. We have 700 employees. This should work for you. And this isn't a criticism, but from my point of view, then from simplicity, from being, it says here, I think it says somewhere I read, if it's not filled out within 7 days, et cetera, et cetera. So without getting into the minutia of it, who's checking? What are they checking? Is it the same forms that everybody else that works in the city of Nanaimo has to fill out in order to be reimbursed? And if we're financing it, then they should be filling out the same forms, whoever they are, as everybody else is. That's just my point of view.
Through the chair, I think that's a valid recommendation or direction, and I don't see organizations being adverse to that because it standardizes what we're all dealing with. So we'll make a good follow-up on that.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's probably important to point out here, because I have been asked about this. It was, I guess, published last Tuesday. I guess these things are made available, or Friday, I'm not sure. But that each councillor received a budget of $13,500 for their expenses. But, Your Worship, my budget was only $8,500. I didn't understand that, so I contacted Mr. Mima through Ms. Zamra as to why that was the case. And I was told that there was the $5,000 allowance provided to each councillor, and that I was not entitled to that. The reason I was given was that there was a council motion that attributed $5,000 to each councillor, but that motion did not include me. So while I have, in my memory, have not challenged that, because I could see that I was fighting a losing battle on that one, the circumstances are that the full council was awarded $5,000 allowance for legal fees to address a question that my lawyer had sent to the city, because the council had alleged that I had breached confidentiality.
Councillor, I'd be careful where you wade here right now.
I'm trying to stay within the limits of the minutes that were released.
Yep.
So I think that was released. There you have it. That's why I was not provided with the $5,000 allowance, but others were provided with an allowance that permitted them to recoup their legal costs.
Thank you. Ms. Sammer.
Well, if another councillor wants to speak first, I can certainly follow them.
Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. Is there a way, I don't know, since I've been here, everyone's always threatening legal this, legal that. Is there a way since it's a public meeting, so the public realizes Bill Yoakum didn't go spend whatever it was, $4,000 or $3,700, I think it was, of my portion just because I wanted to? Absolutely not. There was some stuff happening in camera brought forward about the process of hiring Ms. Samra, saying we wrongfully did this, we wrongfully did that, and from a lawyer's letter. So when you get boxed in there, you got to defend yourself. First of all, I want the public to realize when we were being accused of there's no process, let's not forget before Ms. Samra, there was never a process, in my lifetime at least, what my whereabouts of. The veterans can help me on that. So I hope we can give the real story, because I don't want the public to think, oh, those 5 decided to gang up on Councillor Brennan because it's far fact, not the reality, and not the truth of what went down. So I hope the story can come out, and I don't know the legalities. I'll leave it up to much brighter minds that can illustrate that. So I wanted to share that, feel good conscience, good heart, good mind on why. Because to sit here and say, council decided to lose in battle, well, this would never have come to the table if the real story could come out. Why I at least had to get a lawyer with some of my colleagues. Thank you. Thank you.
Council, can we please stick to the expenses, if we could, please, with respect to our questions. Councillor Fuller, do you have questions with respect to the expenses?
Yeah, I'm curious as to whether for any other legal challenges against the city, whether we actually pay the person making the challenge their expenses. Do we do that with any other legal challenges? Or does that happen if there is an award and it goes through the whole thing? Then the judge or whoever would award those expenses, then we'd pay them. But is it practice to pay them ahead of time?
Ms. Sammer.
Thank you, Your Worship, through the chair. I'm going to provide a general overview of the corporate policies on providing legal advice for mayor and council. The general practice is that the administration through the CAO is responsible for the retention of law firms to provide corporate advice to the corporation. And in the instance of the city of Nanaimo, over the last decade or more, we have 5 to 8 different firms on retainer at any given time. And each of these firms specialize in different areas such as labor, employment, contracting, general corporate governance, development, engineering. So we have a whole roster of lawyers that provide legal advice. And generally those corporate lawyers are available to staff to get legal advice as they need it for carrying out their files. In the case of council, when council needs legal advice on their duties and authorities under the corporate or under the community charter, the practice is for the CAO to make lawyers available for that. In most instances, and has been the practice until recently, the corporate lawyers such as Young Anderson LLP, Valkyrie LLP, Staples McDonald Stewart LLP are sufficient and have been accepted by council and members as councils as being competent to provide corporate legal advice to mayor and council. So generally that's how that's done. In most instances, until recently, when, for instance, a councillor wants legal advice on their duties or the mayor wants advice on his duties, they go through the CAO in order to obtain that. There isn't anything in our policies that permit any one of you to go out and randomly select law firms to provide you advice. There's a process for that. And each of you are entitled to receive legal advice as you need it. The mayor has unique powers that most council members don't possess under certain sections of the community charter, and he is also entitled to get legal advice on those. So there's no, he's able to request that. So the practice should be that the mayor ask for legal advice on a particular issue and that the corporate officer or CAO provide a list of legal firms to be able to provide that. And if that isn't satisfactory, then it would be a motion by council to authorize the mayor to engage another lawyer to provide that particular advice. That's very rare and it has never happened until recently. So that's generally the procurement process. It goes through the CAO or by direction of council by motion. In the case at hand, we have a situation where there was an allegation of release of confidential information, and I've just circulated to council on yellow paper confidential verbatim notes from the corporate officer and verified with the recording secretary at the particular meeting at hand. And the minutes for all of these in-camera motions have actually been released. And so the corporate advice from 2 separate law firms, both corporate, one a long-time corporate law firm, Staple McDonald Stewart, and the new one that I had retained, Valkyrie, found that there was a breach of confidentiality. Now, Councillor Brennan requested the ability to ask legal advice on the motion by council, not a censure motion, but on a motion by council asking for her to make an apology. And she requested the ability to retain legal counsel to do so, and she did. But she retained legal counsel to do more than just advise on whether or not she should make an apology in the form and content of that policy. If you refer to the letters that were provided by her lawyer, Peter Behe, they deal with a whole range of issues in addition to the issue of whether or not she should give an apology in the form and content of an apology. She has been advised in writing and at meetings that if she wished, she could make an application to council members to get that portion of her legal fees that relate to the apology and form and content of the apology paid for. Councillor Brennan's been giving that advice verbally and in writing, and that is up to Councillor Brennan to exercise that right. I note also that the in-camera release of minutes also note that there were deliberations amongst councils about her being able to access those monies. Those were also discussed. And Councillor Brennan has come forward several times seeking to have those expenses reimbursed. That is not a decision for myself nor for the CFO to make. That is a decision for council to make. The recommendation that we gave was for council to consider the one item within her legal bills, the form and content of the apology and whether or not she should give one, would be something that you should consider and could reimburse. The remainder, which I will not go into detail, there's at least 6 other items that come in that, that's for council to decide whether or not they wish to reimburse her for those fees. And again, that's for Councillor Brennan to come forward to council to ask for that, because that's the procurement policy and process. So that is sort of an answer to why she doesn't have that in her budget. The other issue that I would answer there is that the corporate lawyers represent the corporation. And for the most part, the interests of the corporation, the interests of employees, and the interests of council members can be easily represented by corporate lawyers. And we've relied on Valkyrie LLP and other lawyers throughout this journey that we've taken about the interim hiring process and the retention of legal counsel by Councillor Brennan. But in certain circumstances, there is individual council members may be better served by separate legal counsel that are able to address some issues that don't necessarily pertain to the operations of the corporation or the corporation directly. So in order to avoid a conflict between the corporate lawyers and some of the allegations and issues that were raised in legal counsel for Councillor Brennan, it was recommended and accepted by council that it would be appropriate to allocate additional funds for council members to retain their own legal counsel. I will also note that Mayor McKay elected to retain his own legal counsel on this matter as well. I didn't follow the process, so we're still waiting to hear for information from Mayor McKay pertaining to the retention of separate legal counsel outside of the authorized process. So this has been ongoing for 7 months now. I think we're going into month 8. I think that the minutes from the corporation address, in part, some of the complexities of this, but from an administrative point of view and through processes, what we've done is, as administrative staff, CFO and CAO, is to provide council with the recommendations on how to retain legal counsel to address the issues that members of council have raised with one another and with the corporation. And we think that the processes followed for the retention of legal counsel that we've included in the budget for most of the councillors except for Mayor McKay and Councillor Brennan followed the process, and that this is how these matters will be dealt with going forward. And should you need to address other types of legal fees, council members are always free. We've been giving that advice consistently through this process, that it's up to council to decide when you want to depart from using corporate counsel and authorize any one of you to retain your own legal counsel.
Thank you very much. Now, I have questions concerning the report as it's written. So, thank you very much, Mr. Mema, for following up on the issue of being able to reallocate within sub budgets within your budget as allocated. So, Mr. Mema, as it stands right now, if I total up the 4 items that you've suggested that we have discretion on, and this is the first that we've been informed that there's been discretionary ability to move within those budgets. So I appreciate that. Sponsored events, hospitality, conferences and travel and other, and telephone and internet. Okay, so if I total those 4 up, my budget is $3,500, and at this point, if I total up the expenditures for this year, I'm at $3,525. So I've exceeded my budget for those 4 categories for the entire year. There was discussion at this point. There's a couple of items that I notice also on this. There's that little niggly one that seems to come back every couple of years, and that's where we have a meeting, an all-day meeting across at the Service and Resource Center, where councillors are being individually charged for a lunch. If a person chooses not to partake in that lunch, are they still charged? I'm speaking about the item for $22.66 that every councillor is charged with, which is the two chefs affair.
Through the chair, I'll start off with the first issue of reallocation, then I'll speak to allocation of day-long meetings. So you're correct that in my remarks, I said you can reallocate sponsored events, conference, travel, hospitality, telephone, and internet if there are savings there. And I also noted that for FCM, UBCM, and AVICC, once the conference is done and there's a saving there, you can actually reallocate that to some of the spending. As much as we have provided a budget for FCM, UBCM, some may choose not to go to UBCM. Some may choose not to go to FCM. And so if you were to inform the admin's assistant that you are not going to utilize that and they can reallocate that, so they can actually reallocate that piece. So there has to be that conversation with the admin assistant. The piece that I said you would not have discretion to reallocate is the legal file. Everything else you can reallocate. And so that's that first part. The second part, under hospitality, the last item there, which is $22.66, it's difficult for staff to mark register that says so-and-so ate. So all they simply do is say who was at the meeting. And so they allocate that. I don't think they would simply say because you are a councillor and you were not in attendance, they would charge that to you. I may have to go back and validate that as to how that's done. But I think they simply say Councillor so-and-so was in attendance, but nobody is really standing up and trying to watch if you are eating or not.
So my question is that it's handled differently than a meeting here. At a meeting here, if there's food, as there is today, provided for council because they've worked all day, and provide them with some nourishment during the course of the meeting, we're not charged individually for that. Why is it different at the Service and Resource Centre?
That's
why is this, you only get once a year where this happens?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. That's a practice that I'll have to follow up on and find out what the differences would be, and we can provide that at our next update.
Thank you. My next question is with respect to flights to Fort St. John. I'm showing them in my expense report, and that I did not attend that conference. And I did everything I thought I could to alert the then assistant to ensure that finance was aware of that.
So I'll also follow up on that, but my quick read of this could be that there were costs to counseling, but I'll follow up and provide you an update.
Okay, thank you. Then I also noted what you said, if I could, my final question, and that was with respect to amending the policy if there's a challenge, trying to work within a certain budget, for example. I do note that on the policy, that it says this policy shall be reviewed in 3 years from its effective date to determine its effectiveness and appropriateness. So that's the time that it's dedicated to be reviewed. The other is the policy may be assessed before that time as necessary to reflect organizational change. I don't see any place in that portion of the opening statement of the policy that suggests amendment provisions.
I guess probably use of different words. Assessment would be an amendment. Review would be an amendment. When we write policies and say in 3 years, it's for us to have a time tickler for us to remember to review this in 3 years. So if it's a good policy and there are no changes required, nothing happens until 3 years. If in this case, in this policy, as we go through and learn things, we would at some point probably come back and make some amendments if they are required.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I've said this before, but once again, this is all important information for the public because we get inquiries constantly about transparency, constantly, and spending your money. And so that is why this accounting process has been implemented, to keep us on track, to let us know where we are. So that, and you have to be careful what you ask for. So here we are, we've asked for this information, and here we are doing something, I think, airing some laundry in public or in media or in print or whatever you want to call it, has its shortcomings, its backlash, its whatever. So the last thing that I want to do is sit here and talk about $22.66 for a lunch. And I'm sure you don't want to be sitting there listening to us talking when we're going to talk about an $8 million project later on in the agenda. I think this is a tracking process. This is a mechanism that is important that we have on a quarterly basis to keep all of us in check. It's accountability. It's not a big deal. We can do anything we want. If we want to change the policy before 3 years, if we want to come back and say, I'd like to review this, it's really easy. It's really simple. And we put a notice of motion forward that says, I'd like to review the expense policy terms of reference, and giving everybody 2 weeks' notice. And then if you have to lobby other members of council or whatever, fill people in what your concerns or issues are, so you don't have to listen to this again, and we can try to get some work done behind the scenes, great. So from my point of view, be careful what you ask for. This is a really important thing that we're doing here, and it shouldn't warrant this much of our time and your time as it relates. And sure, we can review this every year. And I think we always said if it's not working and we need more money or you need less money or you need to move money around, we just heard in the $16 million DCCs and general revenues that we can put it over here, we can park it there, we can move it here, we can move it there. I think we can do it with $22.66 or $100 to go somewhere else or go to another lunch. So we're wasting your time and we're wasting our time, and I'm not happy about either. Thank you.
Councillor Pratt. Ladies and gentlemen, no.
So I think what we're doing here is really important. It's certainly wrapping my head around exactly what is required of me individually. And I do have some suggestions, but tonight's not the night for that. One of the things I think I would like put into the expense, into our I guess, into our detailed expense, because I've been getting questions, why is mine, why did I spend $1,100 or whatever? And it was an approved conference that I went to, the Higher Ground Conference over on the mainland. And so I would like to see that reflected in the detail so that everybody knows that council did approve it, rather than me just looking like I'm spending more money than anyone else. And I think the other thing that is important to remember, and there's real controversy on this in people's minds. Some people are in total agreement with it, others are not, and we're never all going to agree. Myself, as a new councillor, I have taken advantage of some wonderful educational opportunities to try and learn as much as I can about this job, a job that I absolutely love and feel that I am getting better and better at all the time, and part of that is from that education. So I think it's really important to remember that when you're looking at what it is we're doing. There is nothing on mine that I need to be ashamed of. I certainly have done everything that I can to do the best I can with the resources that were available to me. And I see that I'm coming very close to the end of my budget, and I'll have to talk to council about that. The one I did have an issue with was the telephone bill. We're only halfway through the year and everybody's already at $800 and $900. So, and it's only $1,000 of allocation. So to me, that needs some adjustment. But other than that, I don't really have any problem with any of it. I would, however, like that designation, just in brackets, it was approved by council. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I won't take long, but thank you, Victor, for this. I think this is great. Knowing that we have a budget, when I got into council, one of my first questions I asked was, what's council's budget on going to these places? There was none. So I'm glad that we have a budget that we can work with. We are adults. I'm glad that we have the flexibility to do what we feel like that's going to better us, that staff aren't governing us. So thank you that we can actually do this. I think the question to Councillor Pratsing is, we get paid for the telephone and the internet 1 year prior to. Actually, we get it submitted the whole year, and we're paid, so that I don't think that budget's going to change anymore. So I think we've been paid out for the entire year for our internet and for our telephone, and that's how it usually works. So thank you. I'm happy with this. I'm not going to argue. Like Councillor Vesic said, $22. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so there is a motion that council receive the information for the report pertaining to council expenses for the 6 months ended June 30th. Moved by Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Hong. Any further discussion with respect to the motion? I have a point I'd like to make, and that is that recently we were applauded by the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, I believe Mr. Bateman belongs to, with respect to this very detailed presentation of Mayor and Council's expenses. I'd like the Council to put their minds to considering extending this to others in the corporation, including the CAO, the CFO, and the 4 directors and the fire chief in the future. Thank you. Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, quarterly single submission purchases.
I thought there was a delegation for this part. Am I correct?
No, it's the next one.
It's the next one.
Quarterly direct.
Okay. My presentation combines them, so I'll just go through that and then you can recognize the delegation. So the purchasing power delegation bylaw number 7175 requires that we provide council with a quarterly report for single submissions and direct awards. Single submissions is a situation where we go to market and ask for market responses, and we only get one firm responding. So that's a single submission. And then direct awards, it's when staff, based on criteria that's provided in bylaw 7175, picks the vendor to provide a service. And so this bylaw requires that we provide you with a quarterly report on those two items. So what we've done here is just to do a count on the number of instances where we have done direct awards as well as when we have had single submissions. In terms of single submissions, in 2015, for comparison, for the whole year, we had 6. And for Q1 and Q2, we have 2 and 3 respectively, which is a total of 5. In terms of dollar value, in 2015, that amounted to about $288,000. And as of now, this has come up to almost $1 million. And on direct awards, last year, for comparison, we had 27 amounting to about $1.7 million. And this year, so far we've had 12, and that's coming to about $900,000. These become information to council, and we provide these as required by the delegation bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, so if we could, any questions with respect to the quarterly single submission purchases? Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. This is for purchases between $25,000 and $250,000, correct?
Correct.
And it's standard for us to have council approval.
Correct.
Or it's awarded.
Correct.
Item number 3. Document was sent directly to vendors as well as posted on city website and BC Bid and city media sites, social media sites. The purchase was mistakenly approved by staff instead of council. $614,000, $614,650. It's not even close in terms of dollars. I'm just wondering how something like that could slip through the cracks.
So as marked, I think we did mark that this was mistakenly approved. The last get of defense is actually myself on these kind of things. And when this came to my desk, for some reason, I didn't pay attention to it. I approved, and the staff who was doing this was not the regular staff who actually handles this, and they went on and processed this. So we flagged it and noted it as we have done to bring forth to council.
Thank you. Just a follow-up to that, what I would like to say to your response, extremely refreshing for you to say that I'll take the hit on this one, guys. It was my oversight as opposed to a contrary response. So I really appreciate your forthright, candid response to the question. Thank you.
Mr. Memo, on that one, is it not possible after you realize the error to bring it to council at that point?
It is possible, but the way the events actually happened, it took a while. Actually, this was brought to my attention a couple of days later, and I've said, okay, let's bring it back in terms of the process and bring it back to council because the job was already being done at that point.
A couple of days later, so when are we talking about? Last week or 4 months ago?
No, I don't have the dates with me. We can provide you the timelines if required.
Certainly. So if you could bring it back to council.
That council right now, Your Worship. He brought it forward at his earliest convenience.
This is the earliest convenience. Thank you. All right. So we need a motion on the quarterly single submission purchases. We received the report moved by Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. The next one is quarterly direct award purchases. Do you have anything further in your presentation, Mr. Mema?
Not on this.
Okay, great. So we do have a delegation, Mr. Leon Cake.
Your Worship, Leon Kate, 5936 Schooner Way. I know I've been here many times in the last few years regarding the purchasing of the waterworks supply in the city of Nanaimo, and just want to bring something to your attention in the quarterly award. In particular, it was the pipe award to Andrew Sherritt in the amount of only $29,000.39. But the process that's being used is your bylaw, 7175. And I don't know if everyone has read that bylaw or knows that bylaw, but I'll just pass this around. It has a few checks besides two things. When I looked at the core review for the purchasing policy of the city of Nanaimo after it was done, there's quite a few things I see that need to be probably corrected so that this kind of thing doesn't happen. In regards to this award, the basis of it being awarded was to say it was to be awarded on a test. The city of Nanaimo has a process to bring products forward and have them tested. As you know, I've been at a certain issue for many, many years. So when the city takes a product and has a lunch and learn and then decides that they're going to use that product, do a direct award when there's 4 other people that could supply pricing for that product, I don't see that as a direct award. I see that as something isn't right here. The purchase was over $25,000, so it should have gone to General Manager of Corporate Services. So when I look at the bylaw, and it states different things, the question I have to the city is, B, it says sole source of single source purchases, and it lists a whole bunch of different criterias. And it does point out the one where it says to be tested. And it also says it was supposed to be electronically registered so that we could see that there was something out for tender. None of this was followed. It was a direct award based on a product that you wanted to test, which that product's been out for 4 years. So people who supply products to the city now who pay taxes never had an opportunity to bid this product. And the way it was awarded was based on this criteria for testing. But your bylaw states where it says it clearly demonstrates where there is only one viable source of supply. Well, there was 4 viable sources of supply. So the question I guess I have is, I would like the city to look at its core review. In that core review, there are some things that it addresses in regards to the purchasing of the city of Nanaimo. And we follow that, and we look at the sole source item B in your bylaw, and I think it needs to be tightened up. Because to me, you could pick one of the 10 items and say, let's pick this one. We're going to test the pipe. We'll call it a direct award because we're testing the pipe. No, you have a process called the APL. You get in line, you submit your product, you hold your breath, and you wait and get your opportunity to come forward and do what you need to do when the city has reviewed it, discussed it, looked at it. But in the case of this here, the way it was processed to be purchased was it was negotiated. It wasn't directly awarded. It was negotiated to a certain price and then awarded. And the people that were involved are fully aware of this because I went and saw them over this issue. And I guess I stand here as a person, more as a citizen, because my taxes sometimes have to pay for things like this. People that are in this city have to pay for this. I just want a transparent, clear process because your core review, if you read your core review for purchasing, it clearly identifies the word transparency a few times. And that's all I ask for in the purchasing of products in the waterworks, as does other suppliers too. We all just want a fair chance. Let's just keep the playing field level. Nobody will complain. I won't be here. I won't harass you. And, we can all go forward. So that's the only question that I wanted to bring forward, is that to have that review, to look at it, and let's not call something that it's not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cake. I don't see any questions, but thank you for your presentation. Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question to the staff. So to meet criteria 16 and number B, it doesn't have to meet all of these, just one item. If it meets any one of these things, it can be classified or qualify?
Through the chair, it's just one. If it meets one of these.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we now need a motion to receive the delegation. Councillor Brennan, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Now, we need a motion that Council receive for information the report pertaining to the quarterly direct award purchases. So moved. Moved by Councillor Thorpe. Seconded by Councillor Brennan. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. That's it for that.
Thank you, Worship. The last piece of my presentation has to do with the 2016-2020 Financial Plan Amendment bylaw, and it's a very short one. It's only one slide. To what we do, as I noted, we do monthly reviews, quarterly reviews, and if there are issues there that require an amendment, we collect these and bring them up for Council's approval, and that's what we're doing with the financial plan bylaw. And to Councillor Bestwick's comment earlier on about our format, I think this is the format that probably works better for Council, where we actually show the funding sources, so it's easy to relate as to where the funding is coming from. So we have about 7 projects that required funding or require funding, and we've listed them, and also on the right have shown where the extra funding for these would be allotted from. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you very much. So there's a motion on page 62. So moved. Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. Seeing no questions, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. When will we be doing the bylaw?
When is the bylaw going to come? I'm not sure how it's listed today. If it's not listed under bylaws, then it will be probably the next council meeting.
Coming up next council? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so back to item 7A. It's now 7E, council appointments to committees. As the community knows, Ms. Samra, you wish to say something?
Just last we left, this was council agreed to work amongst themselves to determine appointments to each of the different committees. You had recommendations that there be at least 3 to each of the different committees, and that the methodology be the one that's been used year over year, is that the mayor go to each individual councillor, starting with those that had the most votes to ascertain what their committee selections are, and then put those together in a documentation. As I understand it, councillors worked amongst themselves, and Councillor Pratt was able to generate a template for your consideration. I understand there's been further commentary by council members on the draft that's in front of you, and tonight is your opportunity to finalize the appointments to those committees. And if the DAP isn't on there, it should be. Okay, good.
So as it stands right now, Councillor Pratt.
Oh, my up?
Yes.
Okay, the only change I did not make, and that was Councillor Hong. You did send an email in, and I didn't make any changes on that because I wasn't sure what was going to happen with DAP if we made that change. So right now, the way it sits, you're on DAP and you're on the Community Planning and Development. You also have expressed an interest in being on Culture and Heritage. Right now, Brennan, Fuller, and Yoakum councillors are on that. So I guess maybe one of the first questions for discussion is there another councillor that wants to be on DAP? And are you, Councillor Fuller, definitely wanting to go off of DAP?
Welcome.
No,
Or, pardon me,
I'm sorry,
Hong.
Hong. Fuller, sorry. I was doing my ventriloquism act there. Pardon me?
I was going to say I was already on that
Yes.
one. If anybody else wanted to be on that, then I can get off. Like I said, I don't mind switching to try some other committees. Like I said, if culture and heritage and social planning are going to be a big one, even having 4, somebody else didn't want to be on, I didn't mind being on that one as well. But I just wanted to let people have an opportunity to be on the ones that it wasn't fixed that if they wanted to be on it, I was on it. We can rotate if we felt like it.
So could I follow up on that question that I asked then, and that is if we were to add you to Culture and Heritage, so there were 4 on Culture and Heritage and leave you on DAP, unless somebody else is desperately wanting to be on DAP, would that work for you?
That works for me or whatever works for everybody else. I was flexible. I was just trying to be accommodating to other councillors if they were interested in being on DAP.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have to say about it.
Okay, so Councillor Hong, you have something else that you wanted to, you're on the speakers list as
Oh,
well.
no, I think that was...
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick is next.
Wow.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thanks. How often does the Design Advisory Panel meet, Jerry, and when do they meet?
It varies, depends on if sometimes they have projects, they do 3 per session. Sometimes there isn't any projects, so they don't meet. So it just depends on what the workload of the Design Advisory Panel is.
What days, please?
We usually meet on Wednesdays,
Time?
5 to 7. Sometimes it goes longer. Sometimes they're big projects. Other times they're literally brickle sheds.
So not knowing the specifics of other meeting, I'm quite comfortable to sit as an alternate, if you'd like, but just to give you a break. But I don't know if it will conflict with one of the other, because I'm not certain of the times and dates. I saw the spreadsheet, and I should have paid more attention to that. I apologize for not.
I think we try to alternate the Wednesdays, like the second Wednesday, the third Wednesday, the fourth. So there'll be quite an art to scheduling that, so there's not duplication or overlap.
Okay, so for the record, I'm comfortable putting myself down as an alternate, and then if it works, great, and if it doesn't, I apologize.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the only thing I see missing on here is the Municipal Insurance Authority or Association. I'm not sure which the A is. And Councillor Kipp had been the appointee to that with me as his alternate. And I had mentioned that, and he sent an email through to everyone, I think, that said that he had no interest in being on it, and that if I wanted to be on it, I could be on it. I could fill that role. So I would like to be the appointee to the municipal insurance.
Thank you. Ms. Sammer.
Oh, shouldn't be on?
Thank you.
Oh, it might be me.
Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I remember seeing that email, and the Municipal Insurance Association, it's an outside agency that requires an appointee of council, and it just meets the one time a year at the UBCM. Just wanted to bring that to the attention of council.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that it's an external agency. It meets at the UBCM one time a year. The UBCM is coming up next month, so I'm assuming that Councillor Kipp will do what he's done a year ago or not. And if he wishes not to attend, then we should probably have an alternate for the MIA. And you're the alternate, so if he's not going, you'll be going this year.
Yeah, except that he indicated he did not want to fill that role
He said
anymore.
that he would welcome taking himself off the MIA if somebody else wished to be the representative.
Okay,
So
that
does
may
that
not,
mean for
may
next
not be
month?
my
I don't
same
know.
memory.
That's what he said. That's what he wrote.
Then I would attend in any case, because I don't think he is going.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
So with those changes, what I'm hearing, oh, is there somebody else that
Nope.
wants to talk
Nope.
again after me? What we have under is Parks and Recreation and Wellness, Councillor Bestwick, Councillor Thorpe, and myself, Councillor Pratt. Culture and Heritage and Social Planning, Councillor Brennan, Councillor Fuller, Councillor Yoakum, Councillor Hong. Public Works and Engineering, Councillor Bestwick, Councillor Kipp, and Councillor Pratt. Community Planning and Development, Councillor Brennan, Councillor Fuller, Councillor Hong. Public Safety, Councillor Kipp, Councillor Thorpe, Councillor Yoakum. And then Design Advisory Panel, Councillor Hong with an alternate of Councillor Bestwick. And it is my understanding that the mayor can attend whichever meetings he wants to attend. He has that ability to do so. So he can choose all of them or some of them or whatever he wishes. Is that fair to say?
That's the
Mayor
way
McKay?
that's the way our procedure bylaw reads right now, yes.
So I would like to make a motion that we approve the committees as I have just said them.
So there's a motion on the floor, moved and seconded. I see Councillor Brennan is on the, okay, thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? Show that Mayor McKay is opposed. Thank you. Next item, Community Services. Updated automatic solid waste collection business case. The purpose is to provide council with information regarding the updated automated solid waste collection business case that takes into account the observations of the Core Service Review Report. A presentation will accompany this report. So the first item, we do have a delegation. Mr. Dan Lazaro and Mr. Stu Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm attending today on behalf of the Recycling Vancouver Island Waste and Recycling Coalition. This is a new coalition of member companies, mostly local Vancouver Island companies with some national companies that have joined together on a variety of issues to present to regional, provincial, and municipal councils. So I'll start with a little bit of background.
I didn't get your name, sir. I didn't get
sorry.
your name.
I am Dan Lazar. I'm the chair of the newly formed Verwick group.
Thank you.
Mr. Stu Young is not able to join us. So we formed earlier in the beginning of the year in relation primarily to the province having the solid waste management plan review for regional districts. So solid waste is an important issue going forward. So we've come together as a group. We employ people and pay taxes in each of the municipalities that we operate in, from Victoria all the way up to Port Hardy. And together, one of the things I think that gets missed is how much material we manage here on the island. Private companies here on the island manage the vast majority of material, both waste and recyclables on Vancouver Island. Our key message in regards to the automated tote program is that local governments should not be operators within the private, the waste sector, and should leave that up to the private sector. The role of government should be to adopt a target setting, education, and enforcement role. One of the key components to the purpose of this visit is to have an open and fair competition in the sector to keep costs low for residents. And us as an industry are faced with a variety of challenges, one of which is that industry will invest in infrastructure only when government sends a clear signal that it will not build competing infrastructure or restrict trade. So what are we asking Nanaimo to consider? Specifically in this case, Nanaimo's already decided to proceed with two automated garbage collection vehicles. What we're saying is that the process should maybe be backed up a little bit, and the Nanaimo should maybe take a look at and not be in competition with the private sector and the waste collection industry in general. That the private sector has the capacity and capability to provide these services to the city of Nanaimo, and there's no reason for the city to invest taxpayer dollars for a service that we can provide. The city should also not be using its bylaw and borrowing powers through the Municipal Finance Authority to provided by the province, to gain a competitive advantage over the private sector. Our key message going forward here is that the city should look at a minimum at an RFP for the collections of these services so it has a true cost comparison going forward. That's it. Thank you. Unless there's any questions or...
Thank you. I wonder if you can advise of who your membership are.
Sure, we are. I manage Coast Environmental. Stu Young is with Alpine. Those are both island-owned companies. DVL, an Nanaimo-based company, is a member. Ellis Recycling out of Victoria is a member. We've got other membership. Because we're literally in our infancy, we are sort of growing our membership right now to multinational companies. Paul Shorting from Regional Recycling is here. We've got some other interested parties to join. And what we're trying to do is come together as an association to take all of the various issues that we're having, but have a common thread to, yes, we compete against one another, but we want to be unified in our competition as a group and not against government. That we strongly believe that government should be in an education and enforcement role, and that we can provide the services, whether they're provincial, municipal, or a regional district function.
Thank you very much. Councillor Yoakum has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, sir. One slide you went on it caught my attention, obviously, but the one about the borrowing piece, it sounds like you almost had a legal review on the maybe in conflict, the third bullet there.
Yeah, the potential local government act violation, yes.
Yeah, what can you elaborate?
At this point, it's not a legal review as it is so much a question, is that we're looking at 2 garbage compactor or collection vehicles for a total of $880,000 so far. And I think there's the common sort of conception there is that, they're creating jobs, but they're not creating jobs. They're actually displacing jobs that already exist in the private sector. Our company, for example, alone, employs upwards of 150 people just on the island. So as a total membership group, that's one of the things that we're doing is we're trying to get an idea of the level of employment and the level of waste that we have, and we're going to be providing this information to all municipalities on the island as our group grows. But one of the things that we're saying is we believe that $880,000 could have been contracted and let the private sector go out and borrow the money, and that Nanaimo could look at other things like education, healthcare, transport, to look at borrowing instead of collection vehicles.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we're going to have a motion for council to receive the delegation, please. Moved by Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is you have a presentation? Councillor Pratt.
Can I just ask a question of staff related to what the gentleman just presented on, and that is, have we ever done a comparison of putting it out to private versus our doing it ourselves?
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Full comparison of services. What we've looked at is what we do now. So we have a contract for the recycling, and we've looked at a comparison of that and bringing that in-house, but we haven't looked at the full suite of collection services.
Thank you.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. If I could just follow up on Councillor Pratt. More than just recycling is privatized, is it not? Because aren't multi-unit venues collected privately now, recycling and garbage?
That's correct, but the city has absolutely nothing to do with that relationship, so we don't contract for that at all. That's completely private, so that's organised by the building managers, and they award those contracts themselves, so the city isn't a part of that relationship in any way.
So,
but yes.
So my thinking is, yes, a large percentage of our population is serviced by private contractors. Is it reasonable to assume around 30%?
I don't know how many percentage of our residents live in multifamily buildings.
And I think it's a worthwhile conversation, because when we're seeing the amount of multi-residential units that are being built in Nanaimo, considerably more probably per capita, comparatively speaking, than single family. So I think it's a worthwhile conversation to undertake. Thank you.
Councillor Yocum.
Thank you. Probably get called, whatever that term is, out of order. But the question I have, Ms. Councillor Bessick reminded me of it, and we got an email from numerous people. Why don't condos have to do the green thing like we do in our houses?
Okay.
Sorry, it's way off.
Yeah.
But I would have forgotten 1 minute from now.
Could you tell I'm not expecting that question? The reason is because really we don't mandate that happens at the moment. So what's going on at the moment is the region has a solid waste management plan that's out for review, and that plan has the ability to mandate that, and it's one of the things that we're looking at, the potential.
So it's not off the burner. It's going to be looked at, and hopefully, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Davis.
Okay, so Deborah and I are here this evening to give a presentation about automation. It's just an opportunity for us to look at where we're at right now through the lens of the core services review, since that's been completed now. So one thing is, at the moment it's just for information, but going forward ultimately we will require some direction from Council. So what we're going to look at this evening is our progress so far, the findings of the core service review, the business model that we'll ultimately select to move forward, and this is where we'll need some council direction, funding strategy, and then the implementation strategy that we're going to use. So how we're going to move forward and when. So our progress to date. We elected last year to provide automated solid waste collection to 1/3 of the city. And in doing that, in December last year, Council approved the purchase of 2 new automated garbage trucks. And these actually arrived last week to the Public Works Yard. As part of moving forward, we extended our recycling contract as opposed to going out for a new one, because what we were looking at doing was slowly reducing that contract down. So the current contract that we have with Progressive Waste has been extended to October 2017. In terms of communications, I have worked with Philip Cooper, and we've developed a really good communications plan for residents as we move towards automation. We've built a video about how to use your wheeled carts, and we've created some brochures and documents, and also an information toolkit that we intend to provide to residents when they receive their wheeled carts. All of this stuff is still usable, so it's not wasted work. We undertook a wheeled cart request for purchase proposals, and that process was actually closed in July of this year, and that was in order for us to be able to look at the recommendations of the core service review. So now we have the recommendations of the core service review, and what that gave us was 2 options. It looked at the options that was put forward by staff, which was to automate the city in 3 phases over 3 years, and it also brought forth their own option. So to look a little closer at the core service review, this is an excerpt from that. And so what it did was, like I said, it reviewed staff's original option, and it also put forth its own option. So the first option which staff put forward was that Council would buy 6 more automated trucks, in addition to the 2 that we've already purchased, and 3 bins for every household. We would maintain weekly kitchen waste collection services and bring recycling collection in-house, so away from the contractor. The second option put forth by the core service review team was aimed at reducing capital costs. And so what that recommended, that we only purchase 2 more automated trucks in addition to the 2 we already have, that we purchase only 2 bins for every household, and that we change from weekly collection of kitchen waste to bi-weekly collection of kitchen waste, and continue to contract out the recycling services. The review did indicate a slight preference for the first option, because despite the service level cut there to the kitchen waste, the savings weren't worth it, was what the thought was. But nevertheless, we will review both options for Council's consideration this evening. That's basically an overview of everything that's been done so far. So to move forward, we're going to look now at the business model, and these are the two pieces where we're going to ultimately need some direction from council. The first one relates to level of service, and that's basically a choice between those two options that were put together in the core service review. The initial option that was put forward by staff, and the second one as part of the core service review. And then the second part relates to the wheel carts and who owns those. So moving forward here. As listed in the core service review, there's those two options. We'll call the first one the in-house model. This was the one that was put forward by staff initially. And we'll call the second one the hybrid model. The in-house model is where all services are delivered by city resources. You can see here that kitchen waste remains to be a weekly service. And in the hybrid model, this is where some of the collection services are provided by the city. That's the kitchen waste and the garbage collection. And the recycling collection remains out by the contractor. The garbage and kitchen waste in this option would be provided in an automated fashion to allow us to use our automated trucks. And going forward, we do actually have the ability to automate our recycling collection, whether or not it's delivered by a contractor. So you can see there a comparison of what we do now to those two options. So let's look now then at the capital investment required for each option. The in-house model requires 8 vehicles. These vehicles will all be a split truck, so the kitchen waste will be collected weekly from every household, and the other half of the vehicle will be used to collect either garbage or recycling on a bi-weekly alternating service. The hybrid model requires only 4 trucks because every household only gets visited every 2 weeks to collect kitchen waste and garbage. The recycling would remain with the contractor. So you can see in those instances there, we've already purchased those 2 automated trucks. We need less investment for the hybrid model because we're only looking at 2 additional trucks as opposed to 6 additional. Then when we move down and look at carts required, we need 72,000 for the in-house model. That's 3 for every single family dwelling. And in the hybrid model, we need 48,000. As a sidebar to this discussion, you might remember that initially we were talking about somewhere like 90,000 carts for every household if we're going to give 3 per household. And that's now reduced because staff are recommending that for homes with suites, that we actually only provide those with 1 large set of carts instead of 2 small sets of carts. So that's why you'll see that number reduced from 90,000 down to 72. And so you can see there's quite a difference there between the capital investment required between the in-house model and the hybrid model, and that's absolutely why that was set forward by the core service review. So to overview the implications of the 2 different service models, basically it's the difference in service level on the kitchen waste side. So if all the services are delivered in-house, the kitchen waste remains weekly. If we go to this hybrid model, the kitchen waste collection moves to a bi-weekly service. And also there's that big difference there in those capital costs. When we're thinking about bi-weekly kitchen waste collection, the City of Victoria actually does it that way. So I reached out to my counterpart in Victoria and asked him, how does this work? What do residents think? And one big difference between us and them is that in Victoria, they've always been collecting it bi-weekly. So there's no change for residents. If we were going to do it here, it would be a service level decrease to our residents. But it's actually been received well in Victoria. They do have some people complain in the summer about the period of time between collections and that things can start to smell. Also, sometimes the waste can become liquid, which means that when you empty the bins, you have to bang them a little bit to get the gook out the bottom, which can cause some hardship on the wheeled carts. But those are the real main points for consideration about moving from a weekly to a bi-weekly that I've noticed. Okay, so moving on to the second part of the decision-making piece, and this is about who owns the carts. There's 2 options here. The first one is that the user owns them, and that's the resident. So the resident would be responsible for the purchase, repair, and replacement of the wheeled carts. That would be done through a 5-year financing piece that the city would provide to each resident an anticipated cost of about $33 per user per year, per household per year, sorry. And the second option is that the city owns the carts and that the purchase, repair and replacement would be the responsibility of the city that would be charged out through the annual user rate. So the differences there are subtle but important. To look at cart ownership implications, so comparing user-owned to city-owned. User-owned, the user purchases them, so we have in place that 5-year payment plan. It would not be part of the user rates, but it would appear as an additional line on the user rate bill to the resident, as I said, about $33 for 5 years. Any new users, so if you have a new build house or you come into the system a little later, you would have to purchase your carts outright, which would be about $165. The user pays directly for any repairs or replacement, and warranty claims are a little bit more complex because you are not able to deal directly with the vendor. The city would have to make a warranty claim on your behalf, so that's a little more complex there. There's no direct impact on your user rate fee, but as I say, there would be that additional charge on your user rate bill. So the city-owned option is rather more simple in that the city would provide all of the bins. They would provide them to new and current users. We would be responsible for the repair and replacements of wheeled carts. Warranty claims would be more direct in between the city and the cart vendor. And we would see, obviously, an increase in the annual user rate to cover off those expenses. We have reached out to other municipalities to see what they do. The only city that we could find that did the user-owned model was the city of Williams Lake. Everybody else that has an automated service has the city-owned carts. Sorry, Deborah.
Okay, so now we're at the financial piece of it, and it's a little complicated. So we'll walk through it. So basically, we've got a framework here of 2 business models, the in-house model and the hybrid model. The in-house model is where we bring recycling in-house and the city does all of the collection for garbage, recycling, and kitchen waste. The hybrid is where we have the contracted services remain and the city continues to provide garbage and kitchen waste, but not recycling. It's done by the contractor. So what we have down the left-hand side here is phases, and I'll explain the meaning of those or why that's important. Of course, year 1 is the implementation phase, and you'll see how this impacts user fees depending on the model and whether they're user or city-owned carts. Because in year 1, we have additional implementation costs for temporary staffing and promotion, as well as the first year for debt repayment, which is what we're proposing to do here. Years 2 to 5, we also have the debt repayment as well. Years 6 to 10, what we have here, because of the significant capital investment to make this change to automation for carts and trucks, what happens is we have that debt repayment in the first 5 years, and we also need to make contributions to the reserves to replace trucks and for the city-owned carts, if we chose that option, for replacing the carts. So what we're doing here, or what we're proposing to do here, is in the first 5 years, while we have that debt repayment, that we would lower our contributions to reserves for replacement of trucks and carts. And then in years 6 to 10, we would do a catch-up for those contributions to reserves, so that at the end of the 10 years, we would have the appropriate contributions to reserves for truck replacement and for cart replacement, if it's city-owned carts. And then the future years, where of course we don't have those capital investment costs to repay the borrowing on, and also at the same time make those contributions to reserves to replace trucks and carts. So future years is, again, we're in kind of that steady state. We will have those reserves built to replace trucks and carts, and again, we'll be starting that next cycle of contributions to reserves for replacing trucks and carts. So you'll see, starting in the in-house model on the left-hand side, the user-owned cart. So I really want to draw your attention to years 1 and years 2 to 5. Those user fees includes the repayment, the $33 a year for the user fee, or the fee for purchasing the carts for user-owned carts. And you'll see that virtually the same amount for user fees for city-owned carts, because regardless of whether the city owns them or the user owns them, the user's paying at the end. Years 6 to 10, there is a decrease in the user fees and the in-house model for both options, user-owned or city-owned, as we do increase, you'll see it mostly in the user-owned cards, as we then swing into that catch-up for our contributions to our reserves for the vehicles, for the trucks and the carts. And in the future years, then we don't have that doubling of where we're having to purchase that initial capital investment and also contribute to reserves for future replacement. So the hybrid model, the same, the user-owned carts and the city carts, and you'll see they're virtually the same in years 1 through 5. In the user-owned carts, the $100, the $92 includes $21 for, again, that repayment fee for the user to purchase those carts, the current users. And then years 6 to 10, again, we still have that catch-up for contributions to reserves. But because the hybrid model has less trucks and less carts, there's less of an impact there. And then in future years, again, a little less money because, of course, then we've completed that initial capital investment, and now we're just in a steady state of replacing the carts and trucks go forward. So what we've got here now are 4 slides that focuses on those 4 phases: year 1, year 2 to 5, year 6 to 10, and then the future years. So in this first slide, year 1, you'll see the in-house model, the hybrid model, and what we've done here is broken down what our costs are per user. So you'll see our estimated number of users is 27,000, and of course that's the same for both models, and whether they're user or city-owned carts. Net operations is $79 of the user fee for in-house model, and this is so net operations is the wages and benefits, the recycling contract, the overhead type costs that we have for advertising and discounts that are taken, as well as the revenues that we earn from MMBC. So it is the net of those ongoing annual operating expenses and the revenues from MMBC, and that is our net operating costs basically per use in each user fee. So then in the user-owned cards, a big point here to make is that in all of the both of the models and all of the options in year 1, the recycling contract remains. So even though the in-house model is bringing in that recycling contract, the cost remains in year 1 because full implementation will not be till the end of the year, okay, or near the end of the year. So net operations is $79 for the in-house model. The debt repayment on the trucks, you can see, is the same for both, whether user-owned or city-owned. We have the internal charges for the fleet is the same. And if you remember from budget sessions, the internal charges contains 2 components. One component is for the annual operating and maintenance of the vehicles, and the second component is for that contribution to reserve to replace it in the future. So that in the in-house model, the user-owned carts is $110 user fee. For the city-owned carts, it's $143. If you go down the user-owned carts, the wheeled cart fee for the user is $33, and of course, at the end, it is the same cost to the user. It's just that city-owned, the debt is within our user fee, and with user-owned, it's in addition to the user fee. And that principle follows throughout. In the hybrid model, we've got the user-owned and the city-owned carts, and they start off with net operations of $67. So the difference there is that, of course, they still have the recycling contract, because the hybrid option is where recycling continues to be contracted out, but we have a staffing change. So in the in-house model, we have 8 refuse collectors, and in the hybrid model, we have 4 refuse collectors. So going down there, that's a big difference there. In the debt repayment, we've got it in the city-owned carts, the $21. We have debt repayment for the trucks. And here, because we have only 4 trucks, not 8. We've already purchased 2. The debt there is very little. We have the internal charges, again, lower because of 4 trucks versus 8 trucks. So that the user for the hybrid model is $79 for where the user owns the cart and $100 for city-owned. And then the user will pay a cart fee of $21. So again, at the end, it is the same cost, whether it's user-owned or city-owned, of $100. This is in year 1. Okay. Any questions?
Councillor Pratt.
I do have a question.
Yes.
And it is only in regard to replacement of carts.
Mm-hmm.
So if the owner owns the cart
Mm-hmm.
and they something happens to it,
Mm-hmm.
they have to pay for a new cart.
That's correct.
And the same would happen if it were our cart. We would replace it, but would we charge the owner for that?
I hopefully it is at an end of useful life. So at this point in time, what we've done in our modeling and our financial analysis is we've assumed a 10-year life for carts and also a 10-year life for trucks.
Yes.
So if it is at the end of that life, we would be
Okay,
paying.
so are these carts, do they have a warranty on them?
Yes, they do.
Okay. That answers my question.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Ask Charlotte for more information. Okay.
Carry on.
Okay, so moving to the next.
Councillor Hong, pardon me.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, thank you. Just a couple of questions before we get forward. I don't like how we classify anything as a 10-year life, just because I know a 10-year life to a 19-year-old when they drive a car is a lot different than a 55-year-old or a 60-year-old compared to how they drive a car. So I want to refer this to garbage bins now. Because my dad, I'm sure, can make that bin last 15 years if he owned it. I'm sure he could. He'll take care of it. If I put it in my rental house, I think maybe I'll get 6 out of it. Why should I punish my dad for somebody that's taking care of this stuff to pay extra users fees for people that do not take care of this equipment? Are you going to say after 10 years you automatically give my dad a new bin even though his bin is good? How is that fair to user fees? I don't like that. But then I have another issue when my dad owns a bin and the garbage truck guy squishes it and breaks it, he's going to blame the garbage guy. Because my dad didn't do anything wrong. He took care of that bin. He washed it. He cleaned it. It doesn't smell. But the garbage guy came and picked it up and it broke it. So if he owned it, theoretically speaking, then does that mean he has to pay for it in year 11 because warranty is up? So this is where I have a toss-up between responsible owners and irresponsible owners and who owns it and after warranty issues and stuff like that. So it's haven't decided on how this is, so I'm going to need definitely a lot more information on the benefits, because I can't see an elderly person having this and we're charging them because other people are misusing bins because we have to order more because the city owns them. And since we don't have a record of how often, because this is new, how often, how many bins we're going to replace, because last time I heard the garbage trucks were 10-year life and then they switched it to 8. So now it's a 10-year life, and if warranty's not going to, I'm having concerns. So I would always love to extend things longer than what their lifespan is to get the best value, because again, this is taxpayer money. Thank you.
So Charlotte and I'll probably share this question. But first of all, regarding the financial analysis, we use 10 years for the carts and 10 years for the trucks. And I'll leave it to Charlotte to speak more to the lifespan of the carts.
Okay,
for actual experience.
Right. So most of the cart providers provide a 10-year warranty, and it would not be our intention to renew carts upon 10 years on the expiration of that warranty. Certainly, it's been my experience in other municipalities that carts could last, double that period. What we would be doing is, if there were instances where a cart was damaged and the city owned that, we would provide a new one. If it was owned by the resident and it was a resident-caused issue, and we knew that that was the case and they were accepting of that fact, they would need to purchase a new cart. But obviously there's that complexity there, whether you're willing to accept, hey, I broke my cart, I'm going to give you another $165 and buy some new ones, or whether you say, whether you look for the city to provide that. But, and we would also obviously provide you new carts if it was accidentally damaged by your refuse collector.
Thank you. Councillor Yocum.
Thank you. A concern I would have, and actually in a conversation with staff in the back, was use their own cart. Was there concern about there be a market for that? I'd be concerned of staff chasing around these carts, or the police chasing around all these hot carts. Because that'd be a reality, unfortunately.
I think it will be a reality. One of the good things about these carts is that they have the radio frequency ID chip in them, and so every time.
Are we talking garbage cans?
Yeah,
or
it's very modern technology.
Or drones.
So every time, what happens is that there's an RFID tag. It's the same technology that they use in stores to monitor merchandise as it moves in and out of the store. But every time the automated arm picks up that bin, it knows exactly where that bin belongs to. And so if we're picking it up in a location other than where it's listed to, there'll be a notice there. And so that's part of this. In either of the models, where the user owns or the city owns, the cart must stay with the residents.
So I'm going to supplement that. This is sort of anecdotal, but there's a reason why most of the cities are doing the city-owned, because of the administrative costs of adjudicating disputes on who wrecked the bin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to go to years 2 and 5. Your next slide. You got 3 or 4 more slides. I anticipate a lot of questions. I'd like to break now. As we said, we were going to break at 6:30 for 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. So we're in recess for 10 minutes.
I don't honestly mind, but I honestly think.
Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll resume the meeting now. If you can take your seats. Okay, so we're going to go on to years 2 and 5, I take it? Carry on.
Okay, ready? Okay, so in years 2 to 5, again, we have that, you'll notice that the net operating cost for the hybrid model is higher than the in-house model, and that's where we have that contracted out recycling is in there. We do have lower staffing costs though, but the contracted out recycling is more than the lower staffing costs. You'll see where there is debt repayment for the wheeled carts, for the in-city-owned carts. You'll see debt repayment for the trucks. And again, the in-house model being higher than a hybrid because more trucks. Internal charges for the fleet, again, in-house, again, higher than the hybrid because of more trucks. So you'll see the user fees there across for the in-house model from 76 to 110. The difference being the because of the carts, and for the hybrid model it is 71 and 94. Once you go down and add in that the fee recovery for the carts, they end up pretty much the same whether they're user owned or city owned carts for in-house, and the same for the hybrid model. So years 6 to 10. And this is where we have finished paying the debt, the borrowing for the carts and the trucks. So we have here the net operations, which again is your wages and benefits. In the case of the hybrid model, it will be the contract, the recycling contract as well. We have internal charges for the fleet, and we've talked about how higher again for in-house versus the hybrid. We now have internal charges for the wheeled carts, and we didn't have those in years 1 to 5 while we were repaying the debt. So now that what we're going to do, the same with the fleet, is do a bit of catch up here to make sure that we have monies going into a reserve to replace those carts at the end of 10 years based on this modeling. So the user fee for the in-house model for user-owned carts is $71, which is lower than the city-owned because, of course, The cost of the cart, repairing and replacing it, is an additional cost for the user outside of the user fee, the city user fee. The same with the hybrid model. You've got the user-owned carts and the city-owned carts. The user-owned cart fee is lower than the city-owned carts because, of course, the user under that option would still have to go out and purchase, repair, and replace their carts. Whoops. In the future years, this is where we no longer have that capital investment for the initial implementation, which we saw in those very beginning slides was over $7 million for in-house and what was it, about $4 million for the hybrid model. We've finished that, and we have contributed to our reserves to replace trucks and carts in the next cycle, so that our net operating cost for the in-house model is 41 or 44. It is higher with the hybrid model because of the recycling contract. We have internal charges for the fleet, and we know higher in the in-house because more trucks. And we have those internal charges for the wheeled carts, which is also higher for the in-house, more carts. So you'll see across here, future years, here's the user fees across the bottom. And you'll see they're very close, which is what the Core Services Review people also looked at and came away with. So just as a recap here, between the two models and between the two options, user-owned and city-owned carts, there's basically 5 primary drivers. So one driver is that initial capital investment and the borrowing, the debt repayment is different. The cart ownership, user-owned or city-owned. The recycling contract, which we have in the hybrid contract, not in the in-house model, we're bringing that function in-house. Staffing, in-house, 8 refuse collectors, hybrid, 4 refuse collectors. And internal charges and contributions to reserves, which more trucks, more carts is higher in the in-house, lower in the hybrid. Less trucks, less carts. Okay, I just want to add one caution here is that all of the dollars that we've used in this modeling is 2016 dollars, period. We did not adjust for any increases in MMBC fees or the recycling contract. Because again, that'll be, as we do a new contract or send that out for tender, it'll depend on the responses and the business models that they have, manual or automated. Okay. So that's the financial modeling that we've done and have done in the analysis, and I'm going to move on now to the funding strategy. So as we've discussed, we're going to look at the investment required between the in-house and the hybrid, the funding sources, and we're going to talk about the Municipal Finance Authority Equipment Financing Program. And we have used this program to purchase gym equipment in the past. So the investment required here between the two, and if you look at the bottom line, the total investment is 7.5 or 7.4 for the in-house, 8 trucks, more carts. The hybrid model is approximately 4.3 million, 4 trucks, 48,000 carts. So how do we propose to do that? Well, what we propose to do is we have already purchased 2 automated trucks using funding from the Equipment Replacement Reserve, so approximately $880,000. So we propose to use $1.3 million from the Equipment Replacement Reserve. So that would be an additional $450,000. We will propose to do borrowing, 5-year borrowing from the Municipal Finance Authority for $6 million for the in-house, $2.9 million for the hybrid. This short-term borrowing through MFA requires a council resolution. A long-term borrowing greater than 5 years requires a referendum. One of the findings of the core services review is that the city does have significant capacity to take on more debt. The municipal finance equipment financing program is short-term borrowing, 5 years or less. Again, it requires a council resolution, and it is a variable interest rate. The current interest rate is 1.38%. So we've talked about this, but just to repeat, the strategies that we've used to minimize the financial impact on users, and you'll have seen that the current user rate is about $100.75 per user. You'll see in those models that it actually jumps up to $143 in year one and then starts to decrease. What we did use is, what we've proposed to use here is offering for user-owned option. User-owned card option is a 5-year repayment plan, where we would recover through a user fee, an additional user fee from the users for their carts over 5 years. So $33 for the in-house and $21 for the hybrid. So then what we did here, and we talked about this already, was using averaging. And again, it was in those first 5 years, then when we're repaying debt, we would have less contributions to the reserves for vehicle, truck, and cart replacement. And then in years 6 to 10, we would catch up, so that at the end of 10 years, we would have the appropriate contributions to the fleet replacement reserve for the truck replacement, and for the new cart replacement reserve if we chose city-owned carts. Okay. And then over to Charlotte.
Thank you.
Unless there's any questions.
So now to discuss, any questions about that?
Yeah.
So now to discuss the implementation strategy, how we're going to do things and when. So each of the business options, the in-house option and the hybrid option, has a different recommended implementation strategy. If we were to move forward with the in-house option, staff are recommending that all routes would be automated by spring of 2018, and this would be a 2-phased rollout. The first phase, we would automate 1/3 of the city using the 2 trucks that we have already. To get going with this, collections would begin in March of next year. And to allow us to get going with this, we would need to purchase carts in November this year. In order to make savings, what we would do would be to purchase all of the carts in one go and ask the vendor to hold the price for the second phase. Then we would order 6 trucks in May of 2017 and then implement the second phase in March of 2018. So that's the 2-phased rollout option there, with all routes being automated by spring of 2018. The hybrid option, the implementation strategy is a little shorter. It's a single-phased rollout strategy, which would see all routes automated by summer of next year. What we would do would be we would order 2 new trucks September this year and just get going with them all in one go. So all the routes would be automated in one go, with all routes automated in June of next year. So we would need to order those carts in November 2016, and they would only be delivered in the 1 phase. So that's the differences there between the 2 rollout strategies. So next steps. So we're about to need some council direction soon as regards the business model. So is it the in-house model or the hybrid model? Second to this, who is going to own the carts, the user or the city? And then we also just need to confirm the funding strategy. That's everything from Deborah and I.
Thank you. Ms. Sammer.
So another part of this, it was mentioned in passing, is the impact on staffing levels. So this PowerPoint presentation has been shared with QP, and as part of the core services review, we're going to be meeting with QP regularly to talk about the impact of recommendations from the core services review on QP matters, and this will be one of them. Internal discussions hasn't ascertained what impact either model will have on staffing levels, so that's work still to be done, and we'll be consulting with QP on that. So we'll be able to build that into the next set of reports that come forward to Council.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Just some clarification. Are we on 8-year life cycle of the trucks or 10-year life cycle of the trucks?
So the trucks were actually financed over a 15-year lifespan, but we've found that really it needs to be brought into standard with the rest of the industry, and we've recommended 10 for these new vehicles.
Okay, thank you. And then when were the first 2 trucks supposed to arrive?
They've actually arrived last Tuesday.
Oh, so according to this implementation plan, they would just sit there until, if we did option 1 March or option 2 in June?
That's correct.
Thank you.
We've had the warranty on them paused, so that's not ticking by.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Ms. Davis and Ms. Duncan, I know we're not going to make a decision on this tonight. There's a lot of decisions to make, and there's a lot of information to wade through, but I would like to thank staff for providing all of the detailed information which you have, so that we have what we need to hopefully make good informed decisions. I'd also like to point out that the options that we're looking at, starting to look at, have stemmed from the core review. And we have an e-town hall on the core review, recommendations coming up on September 12th. And I would certainly encourage citizens, if they're interested in this topic, to examine this subject and see if they have some input for us on September 12th, or in fact before then. So I'm hoping that this presentation would be available to the public on our website, perhaps. Is that correct?
And Philip will actually do a communication strategy on this one as well.
Great. Thanks very much.
Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. I have several questions and comments. I'll try to be brief as possible. As you know, that's not usually the case.
That wasn't for you, that was my phone.
Okay. Are these split units?
Yes, they are.
So they could do kitchen waste and garbage at the same time?
Yes.
But we're not.
But we're not.
Well, if I look at the schedule for in-house or hybrid, it says that if it was a hybrid, then kitchen waste would be picked up bi-weekly, but garbage would be picked up weekly. So is that not correct?
So through your worship, so with the in-house model, all the vehicles, either regardless of the model, are split stream. With the in-house model, kitchen waste would be picked up every week, and either garbage or recycling would be picked up in the other side of the vehicle, alternating bi-weekly. With the hybrid model, each home would only be visited every 2 weeks. So we'd be picking up kitchen waste and garbage every time we came by, but we'd only be coming by every 2 weeks. And the contractor would pick up the recycling also every 2 weeks.
Which is the Victoria model.
So you were right at the beginning, Deborah, when you said this is complicated. I feel like as though I need a PhD to figure this out.
I can rewind the slide. Which
No, that's fine. No, please don't do that.
Okay. I shan't.
I was really hoping for the Coles Notes version. It's okay. But that's, so I'm expressing my ignorance and my complications already. So I don't see anywhere in here yard waste.
No, there's no consideration for yard waste at this time as part of this, but one of the things that we do hope to be able to do is consider that with residents. I hear from residents quite a bit that that's something they want, and I think there's potential ways we could go forward. So at present, so we're taking our yard waste down to Duke Point, and we're not able at the moment to commingle organics with yard waste, but there's potential for that in the future. And by keeping collection of kitchen waste...
So I'm not asking you to commingle, I'm just asking you to pick up yard waste.
Yeah, if that's something residents want, we can absolutely consider that.
Okay, thank you. When you spoke to the hybrid model of going from 8 staff to 4 staff, when this original topic came up, we never contemplated. So let me just preamble that. Our entire conversation so far has been trying to lessen the burden on the taxpayers. And I do not recall having the conversation when we were deciding on hybrids, in-house, any change to staffing levels. It was never a conversation. So am I hearing now, if we go to a hybrid, that we would only need 4 as opposed to 8? I thought, because that's what I thought I heard. If I didn't hear that, I'll apologize in advance.
You did hear that, but that hasn't been the determination yet. We've just reworked the hybrid model, and we're consulting with CUPE to see whether or not that would be the result. And yes, you are correct. Council has never instructed staff to do a reduction in staffing levels for addressing this, nor is that being suggested for the core services review. So we're still working on what is the impact on staffing levels.
So, thank you. And I know that we're only here to receive for information, but this is the opportunities that we're provided and presented with. So when we're talking about, in my mind, is trying to keep the costs within reason for a new system, I assume the new system is more efficient than the old system. So I'm assuming that we can extend our routes.
No.
We can't extend our routes. So I'm assuming that one of the reasons why we have entertained keeping this in-house, be it a hybrid, we're already in a public-private relationship. We have a hybrid model now because we have private looking after 1/3 of our, and all of our recycling. We're already in a hybrid. So now that I'm learning that we've purchased 2 trucks, and now we're discussing, and I know that we haven't agreed to a staff reduction. There's 8 potential, I heard it was said, to potentially reduce in a hybrid. If we chose a hybrid, would we be going from 8 refuse truck drivers to 4? If we said tonight we're doing the hybrid.
We can't answer that. There's more work that needs to be done on it.
No, I'm being hypothetical. I'm not suggesting that it's a done deal, not a done deal, but what I heard was, if we were hybrid, I didn't say this, I didn't crystal ball this, it was said that if we do a hybrid, we have the ability to go from 8 refuse drivers to 4. Is that correct?
You're on.
So is this on? Hopefully
Yes,
it is.
you're on.
The financial analysis definitely showed 8 FF refuse collectors for the in-house and 4 for the hybrid.
And that's in our...
That is what the
Correct.
financial modeling
Thank you.
included. That is correct.
That's all from me for now. Thank you. Oh, I do have one other comment. If we are purchasing these 36,000 garbage cans, we should think about sponsorship. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions for you as well. Ms. Davis, so the hybrid versus the in-house, what happens, because we heard quite clearly at the MMBC conference last year that there's a potential to go to dual stream recycling at the curb. If I've got that correct, that would mean that if we went with the in-house, we'd have to make different accommodations to pick up 2 different items. You'd be using an entire truck for recycling. Have we considered what that model looks like?
Yes, so with the in-house option, because we have more trucks, we're given a little bit more flexibility if MMBC do in eventuality require us to split our recycling into containers and fibres. What we could do is we have that flexibility because we could, in that eventuality, move to a bi-weekly kitchen waste collection. So we could still service the recycling every 2 weeks and use that vehicle to collect containers and fibres separately. If we reduce that collection down to bi-weekly kitchen station waste collection. With the hybrid model, we don't have that flexibility. I must also say that if we were to begin separating out our recycling streams, we would also need to purchase one extra wheeled cart for every household.
So if I've got this correct, then if we do it, we could technically have a truck that does recycling and garbage, or two streams of recycling. The other one would be organic and garbage.
Absolutely
something like that.
right.
But we would have to get our suppliers or our contractors to also have a split stream truck for fiber, non-fiber.
If we were to go to a hybrid option,
That's
yes.
right.
Yes.
Okay. So the other thing that I'm concerned about is under automation, and we've talked about it at the Regional Solid Waste Advisory Committee. MMBC right now are saying that they will give us only, but they haven't enforced any great degree. Is it 3% contamination? And we're running somewhere around 7%?
That's right. So MMBC require all municipalities in BC to have a contamination rate of 3% in all of our recycling streams. We are audited regularly. We don't know when we're going to be audited. Our latest figures say we're at 6%. We were at 5% last year, so our contamination has gotten 1% worse. How we're faring in comparison to the rest of BC, I'd say we're faring well. From my conversations with MMBC, I don't feel they're likely to fine us anytime soon. They've got bigger fish to fry in terms of contamination. But they have absolutely started to implement plans where for communities who do have high rates of contamination, and those can be costly plans. So they have the ability, if they're displeased with our contamination rate, to ask us to implement a strategy to reduce contamination. That would be things like increased communication with our residents, increased outreach, or they could indeed fine us. They have the ability to fine us up to $120,000 every year.
So if I can, would we then be able to transfer that risk over to our contractors, or chances are they would take care of that on their own?
So
my concern is right now when a guy is taking the recycling and putting it into the back of the truck, he's got the ability to be able to monitor it. If it goes to automation, we're being told that we could conceivably have a significant spike because you don't have that visual intervention, quite a spike in contamination.
Yeah, that's right. So right now with the manual collection, it's picked up and the guy who's collecting that has the opportunity to pull out contamination at the curbside. With automation, there are ways around this. We have cameras in the hopper so the driver can see when there's a piece of contamination that's gone into the truck and then pull them out. So we can do that. But the main thing here is we have the opportunity to educate residents. We're having a complete system change, and so what we've done is built a comprehensive communications plan to deal with our residents. So you're getting these wheeled carts. How do you sort your waste? It's a real opportunity now to educate residents on a complete system change and get everybody up to speed on the new recycling regulations, because I do think there's some confusion out there, and I really want to resolve that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. Not a criticism of yourself of any sort, but going back to when Jerry was speaking there, I'm a little concerned. We have almost a near $1 million investment sitting there till June. I think I voted against purchasing this truck at one point, or these two, and because we were under a lot of pressure, and we took a lot of heat for not purchasing 6. Now I feel better that we didn't purchase 6, just have 6 trucks sitting God knows where. So I don't know. And also, just my personal comment is we got to put it to work. If we got $1 million of the people's monies out there sitting on asphalt, it doesn't make sense to myself. And secondly, the gentleman gave a presentation about all the user groups coming together on Vancouver Island. Makes me think, and I think I mentioned at RDN one time, like we should be looking to be in partnerships with whether you're this Landsfill or Seed or whomever it may be, and because we've got this great asset sitting there, we can probably get some other business of some sort to help offset it, because we got to start working in partnership on these type of things, and we're predominantly at RDN, so I don't see why we couldn't actually collaborate in this entity, because right now there's left's on the right and the right's on the left. Like there's no partnerships of any sort, so I just wanted to share those comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Just a question about those $3 tags. So now what?
So if we are moving towards automation, what we plan to do is to have a trial period of 3 months where every resident is still able to use tags in addition to their wheeled carts. So if you've got too much garbage, everyone's going to get a wheeled cart that's about 80 or 100 litres. We're not quite decided yet. And if you can't fit all your garbage into that, for the first 3 months, you're able to use tags. After that period, you can decide to upsize your cart if you're consistently having more garbage, and that will impact your user rates, obviously. So ultimately, over the period of a year, if you're having more garbage now, you're purchasing $3 tags, and then once we've gone automated, if you choose to upsize your cart, that will cost you more as well, and around about the same it would to buy the $3 tags.
Okay, because...
And to deal with that.
Yeah, because I don't ever want to see that $3 tag program stop, because I don't need those tags, but when it comes to Christmas time or a birthday party, or when I buy all my furniture for recycling, if I can't stuff it in this box, right now I can stick as much cardboard as I can, stack neatly, that they'll take. But my concern is when people sporadically need a $3 tag, for us to take that away from them because they had a reunion or a family gathering that generated an extra bag of garbage. Now we're going to have to make them wait a month to take that away because they can't fit it in their can and they can't drive it to the dump or wherever they can take it to. So somehow in either model, wherever we're going to do, I would like to see those tags stay, even if it's a $5 tag, because I think, like you said, the people that need those tags aren't the ones that are sticking on there every week or every 2 weeks for garbage. They just need it when there is just a little bit of extra garbage, and they don't want to wait for another 2 weeks for them to take it away. So I think for us to take that tag system away from the citizens, I think it's going to be, it's not good. I prefer not to see that system disappear. Even if we increase it to $5, I think the citizens will understand. Thank you.
Thank you. It struck me as funny when you started talking about birthdays and Christmas. I thought you gave them away for presents for birthdays and Christmas. Ms. Samra.
So I have to first say, I'm very pleased with the presentation that staff did, and they did a lot of work bringing this to you. And it is complex. What I'd offer to you, and sort of where my mind is going, is these aren't mutually exclusive. And we have two trucks ready to go. There's nothing that's stopping council from staying with the status quo, a hybrid model, but automating. And in a couple of years, taking a look, what are the costs? What are the capacity requirements to go totally in-house? Because you don't become an expert in recycling overnight. There'll be other impacts besides what you're seeing in this deck on getting the city ready in terms of our properties and our staffing and our job descriptions and all the other types of things to become recyclers as well. So it may be the recommendations that are going to come forward to you are stay with the status quo of hybrid but automate. We can roll that out quicker and allow yourself at a later date to make the decision about locking in to do both. If you go the other route first, we are forever garbage and recycling.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
I'd just like to say that I really do believe that this is one of those situations where there's been several what ifs come up tonight, and I think we're going to have to bite the bullet and do it to find out what those what ifs are going to be. They're probably not going to be that great. I know that our staff have worked with other communities around some of the issues. I believe you have. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So you've done a lot of research on this already. I'm looking forward to getting it underway and find out exactly how it does work. Because I've seen it work in England when I visited over there, and it's pretty slick, and it's very slick and victorious. So, thank you.
I have a real concern about the truck sitting there as well, and that is the injury rates. We've been told that every last one of our collectors has been injured, and I'm really concerned about that. We've got these trucks that we've purchased. They're sitting there. They're not doing anything I think they should go to work as soon as possible. The other thing was with respect to the I keep hearing recycling being used, but it's not. We've got a much different relationship with our haulers now than we ever did. That it was used to be that we were actually selling, for all intents and purposes, the materials to the recyclers who were then separating them and getting the value out of them. Now they're essentially haulers only. So as far as the recycling, I'm really concerned about this initial phase with respect to contamination. We've got so many new products coming online now that even in my own household, I'm constantly pulling them out of the recycling because they're not recyclable, particularly some of the multi-layered packages that are out there now. So I think there's going to be a big learning curve in there, and I'm concerned about that. Anyway, thank you. So, seeing that there's no further questions, we have done the delegations. The council, we need a motion that council receive for information the report pertaining to updated automated solid waste collection business case. So moved. Councillor Thorpe, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Beswick.
The delegation. It's very interesting.
All the discussion.
Just very briefly, so we received this information. What's next steps after we receive this for information? Now what?
Yeah, so we're going to report back within a month with various options for next steps for how we implement.
Okay, thank you.
And we need to concern ourselves with what we see up there.
Yes.
That's the direction you'll be looking for. Thank you. So, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item. Number 8B, Travel Assistance Grant, Nanaimo Minor Baseball, Midget U18. And the purpose is for council to give direction providing a request for travel assistance grant. Move the recommendation. Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, College Park Supply Main Tender. And the purpose is to advise council of a public tender call of $250,000 and above in accordance with the city's purchasing bylaw 7175. And there's a motion on page 79. Councillor Beswick is moving the motion, and Councillor Thorpe is seconding. Any questions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item. Take the rest of the day off. Advisory Commission minutes. There's a motion on page 82 that council receive information, the minutes of the Board of Nanaimo Economic Development Corporation nominating committee held February 1, 2016. Moved by Councillor Beswick and seconded by Councillor Pratt. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Correspondence, there's none. Next item is Core Services Review Report Recommendations, number 11A, and we have a number of delegations. The first one being Miss Evelyn May Poi. And can I ask the clerk for time, please?
There's 5 minutes allocated to these delegations under the core services.
Thank you very much. So you have 5 minutes.
Yes, I understand that, Mayor.
Thank you. Can we have your name and place of residence?
My name is Evelyn Mapoy, and I live at 171 Alberta Road, Nanaimo.
Thank you.
With regards to the closure of the pool, I have a letter that I wanted to present to the councillor and the mayor. The mayor has already read it, but I will read it for the council. I hope the mayor, councillors, and you, Mr. Harding, have more empathy than the core group who did the survey that suggests Bevan Pool be closed 3 months in the summer. The core group does not live here, so why should they care? Money isn't everything. I believe our health comes first. Without the pool, those of us with rheumatoid arthritis, osteoarthritis, and other disabling diseases that depend on the pool to keep our range of motion could lose a lot of mobility within 3 months. Oh, I know you say go to NAC, but that doesn't help individuals unable to get mobile by 8:30 in the morning. I myself have been coming to Bevan Pool for 24 years, and most of our group range between 10 and 15 years. Without this program at Bevan Pool, my health would have deteriorated more substantially than it has. Luckily, I have not had any replacement surgery, but those of our group that have swear that they have healed more quickly because of exercising at the pool. There are so many positives coming from the individuals in our group, I can't imagine why anyone would want to take it away. Please reconsider and don't close our pool for 3 months in the summer. The group I'm referring to is the senior therapy on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 1:30 to 3 p.m. Yours truly, Evelyn Malfoy. We have a petition regarding the 2016 core review recommendation. We, the undersigned, call on Nanaimo City Council to forego the closure of Bevan Park Pool for 3 months in 2017 as recommended in the core services review. As concerned citizens who regularly use the pool, not merely for leisure, but also for health therapy, we recognize that closure of the pool for this amount of time will be detrimental to our health. The senior therapies class, for example, provides essential therapeutic exercise for pre- and post-operative individuals, as well as therapeutic exercises for others with chronic health issues, such as arthritis, fibromyalgia, and other chronic concerns that arise from a stroke or heart attack. The current 1:30 p.m. classes allow participants with morning mobility concerns time to become more mobile and thus attend these classes. The closure of the pool for 3 months is a serious health concern, not only for the individuals requiring regular therapy, but also for those who frequent the pool for regular exercise. This petition contains 479 names and signatures of concerned citizens. And I have just a footnote which has come to my attention since that time. There has been several articles about the closure of Bevan Park Pool in the Bulletin newspaper, but the one on August 4th really got my attention, suggesting that the citizens of Nanaimo who frequent Bevan Pool could take to Westwood Lake or Departure Bay to exercise in the summer months. Now we're talking about seniors, citizens with chronic ailments, the disabled, and others that swim in their lunch hour or exercise in the gym. Also, what about those using walkers, canes, wheelchairs? How are they supposed to manage in the sand and muck? Is this how the electric should be treated? Then on August 16th, another article with more shocking news. A new sports complex being considered for Bevan Park. Excuse me, but how do you justify money for this when you don't apparently have sufficient funds to keep Bevan Pool open? Is this a double standard, depending on the sport? It just keeps getting more and more outlandish. Do the right thing and keep Bevan Pool and complex open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If we could not engage in applause, I would appreciate that, simply because there may be other people that have differing viewpoints and they need to feel comfortable getting up to the microphone as well. Ma'am, Councillor Pratt, I believe, has a question for you. If you could come back to the podium.
Thank you for your presentation, first and foremost. I do understand that there are concerns. What I wanted to ask you is, you are aware that the news releases were to do with the 1 month closure and not with any 3 month closure. that they were in regard to the normal closure that we do every year, the annual closure?
There was one in the paper. There was one in the paper about the annual maintenance, and we're quite aware of that.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to know. And also, are you aware that no decisions have been made?
I realize that also.
Okay.
But we're also aware that we always don't hear, and they're all of a sudden sprung on us.
Yeah.
And that's why we wanted to bring this forth.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. And again, thank you for your presentation. I understand that there is a lot of passionate people wanting to talk about this for sure,
Yes.
and who have already contacted us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go away, because I wanted to say that we appreciate you coming to see us today, all of you. One of the things that I want to know is the type of use. I want to know the number of people that use it. Remember, this is done by an outside agency that's looked at the numbers.
I realize that.
And we really want to know what our citizens use the pool for. What type of, I understand there's differences in temperature between the two pools. There's differences in layout. And we also want to know about citizens that live close by and their mobility, those sorts of things. It's a much bigger question than just looking at the single dimension of the costs, notwithstanding the fact that our pools are our most expensive facilities to operate.
Oh, I understand that they're expensive, but there are, in our group, there is between usually 35 to 60 people, depending on the time of year. Some of them go away in the wintertime, but we usually have at least 50 people there. So it is well used, and we do have a few people that come to the pool when we're there that are in wheelchairs. A lot of the handicapped children come at that time, and we have a few that have amputees. And so for them, it would be impossible for them to attend even NAC. It's hard for them to get in and out of Nanaimo Aquatic Center. And a lot of people that have mobile issues, they find it hard walking that extra leg from the dressing room either into the pool. There is quite a distance for them to walk. For the senior group, I don't know how many people attend that, but for our own group, I know it is well attended, and I've never heard any derogatory remarks from any of our attendees. They've all appreciated what we have done there. So.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
More information makes better decisions. Okay. Thank you. So, motion to receive the delegation. Councillor Thorpe, seconded. Councillor Brennan, thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. The next one is Mr. Ron Prefontaine on behalf of Ms. Linda Keys regarding the proposed closing of Bevan Pool. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for hearing me. To all the council members. I think I can add a few extra things to the previous speaker, but I'll read what I have here first. It concerns the Bevan Park Pool. Increasing numbers of Nanaimoites are against closing down Bevan Park Pool for 3 months annually. The recent core review undertaken by the City of Nanaimo recommended closing Bevan Park Pool for 3 months. Annual to save costs. Members of council have since suggested the savings could go hiring more staff and to new capital projects or investments like the Sports and Entertainment Center. This is reported in the Bulletin T. Cunningham, August 16th. The suggestion is nonsensical. If we can't afford to maintain the infrastructure already in place, it is counterintuitive to consider new unnecessary capital projects. Bevan Pool is a unique facility that caters to seniors, the disabled, people with injuries, to families and children. Cannot be replaced by NAC, Departure Bay, or Westwood Lake. The Aquatic Center was built for athletes since its temperature is maintained at 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Bevan Pool is a therapeutic pool with a temperature maintained at 81. Young, serious athletes and members of the swim team attend NAC along with families and others. It is unreasonable to expect frail seniors to do laps in an already busy and competitive environment, which will only be busier if Bevan Park Pool is closed for 3 months annually. The outdoor Rotary Pool is often unavailable to the public because of swim teams' practice there. Closing Bevan Park for 3 months annually is clearly a reduction in city services that we have already paid for. Swimming holes such as Departure Bay or Westwood Lake are not new and have augmented city services throughout my lifetime. Athletes, no matter their age, do workouts for a minimum of 3 times a week. For any council member to suggest, as was done in a recent Bulletin article, Bulletin T. Cunningham, August 4th, that they swim at Departure Bay or Westwood Lake is unreasonable and unsafe. Speaking of demographics, population growth in an aging population will put additional pressures on existing facilities. Nanaimo is growing and its population is getting older. According to the Community Economic Development Office of the City of Nanaimo, August 2010, Nanaimo's population for 2011 was projected to be 87,464 with an annual growth projection of 1.7%. Strong growth is expected to continue, unquote. The report continues to state that the majority of newcomers have been in the 40 to 59 age category. Many have moved here in anticipation of their retirement age. Figures 1.6b of the same report, entitled Age Distribution 2016, indicates that 27.9% of the population are between 45 and 64, while 20.5% are over 65. Together, the over 40 population of Nanaimo is 48.4%. According to the Nanaimo News Bulletin article of June 4th, 2012, by Melissa Fryer, the population of Nanaimo increased by 5,115 between 2006 and 2011. The largest gains were in the age 50 and over categories, accounting for 4,855 additional people. According to the Center for Disease Control, the age is a significant risk factor for arthritis. 49.7% of adults over 65 are diagnosed with arthritis. The CDC recommends low-impact sports such as swimming to ameliorate symptoms. StatsCan states that the average age of diagnosis is 50.4 age. Given our aging population and the high ratio of arthritis in this cohort, it can be assumed that the therapeutic pools such as Bevan Park will be much more in demand. Comparing cities by population, I'll come back to this if I have time, but Nanaimo, Chilliwack, Kamloops, Saanich, Delta all have very similar populations. They all have currently 2 swimming pools. Proposal for a new infrastructure, an article in a local bulletin by Tamara Cunningham, July 5th, 2016, paraphrases City Council's priorities, one which is a sports and entertainment center, most recently pitched by Howard Johnson Hotels, as a key capital project as part of Council's recreation, culture, sports, and tourism priority. See how pool closure starts to play into that? Council Gordon Fuller explained the center would be more a partnership than the city could help invest in. Nanaimo already has things like the conference center and deep water dock for cruise ships. Neither has produced the economic activity that was promised to the city, yet taxpayers are saddled with the bill. Why would the city of Nanaimo even consider further expenditures while claiming that we don't have funds to support our existing infrastructure? So there have been several petitions against the proposal 3-month closure of Bevan Pool. I think the lady before me explained a lot of that. I have a total of 556. I can come back to that, but I don't want to run short of time here. According to D. Bella...
Sir, you're over time.
I guess we're out of time, are we? Am I over?
Yes, sir.
Can I just give you my quick conclusion then? Our population is increasing and aging, so the demand for Bevan Park Pool will only increase. Bevan Park Pool is a key facility serving Nanaimo and the greater area. It is owned by the citizens of Nanaimo. The city is obliged to maintain it with the taxes we pay. With the exception of maintenance periods, Bevan Pool needs to remain open all year round. So can we, the public, expect a statement, a firm statement, that it will remain open all year? thank you very much. I'm sorry I ran over a little.
Thank you, Mr. Prefontaine. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you.
Okay.
Motion to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Discussion on the delegation? On the motion?
We'll do the motion first, if you will.
Okay, thank you. Great, thanks. Okay, call question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
If I could just ask staff a question, please.
Certainly. Go ahead, Councillor Westwick.
Thank you. If I could just make a request of Mr. Cooper, could you please, yes, please. Could you please, no, you can stay there. Could you just please provide the articles in question that are discussing the pool in exchange for or closing it down? It's going to, and perhaps Ms. Cunningham can provide them, where somebody has said that we can put that money towards an arena or a sports and entertainment center or whatever is being positioned here. Because I don't know anybody that's has made such a statement. So if that is out there, I'd like to see it, because I haven't seen it. So as we heard earlier, the more information, the better decisions can be made. So I'd like to have that information, please, if it's in an article somewhere. August 4th, July something. Thank you.
And I've spoken with Mr. Cooper as well about some of the media coverage and an opportunity for all of council to be able to provide responses when interviews are being done. So we're going to be working on that to make sure there's sufficient time that each of you are able to step forward if you so choose to do so.
Councillor Ford.
Councillor Bestwick reminded me of something the other delegation had said that I wanted to ask staff. Is there anything in the works on some new sports complex at Bevan?
Not that I'm aware of.
Because that was another newspaper report that someone had heard as well. So I thought I was missing something there. So okay, good. There's no sports complex going at Bevan. So, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. I can't help it. I have to make this point. I remember when I moved back to Nanaimo, and it was when Bevan Park originally moved back to Nanaimo, when Bevan Park there was a referendum for Bevan Park, and my gosh, it was so controversial in our community. And I am so pleased that despite all that controversy, just the same as the controversy with the conference center and with other things that we've had, was so embraced by the community after the fact, and definitely is something that has been well used by our community and continues to be well used. So there's a little bit of irony there around its beginnings versus now we're really we're holding it close in terms of something that's really important in our community, and that's good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to clarify for the woman who did make the mention of a multiplex at Bevan, and I just want her to know that I think all of us here understand that there is talk of a multiplex, and the only error you made is that it's not being proposed for Bevan. But yes, indeed, you're correct. That is on the list of five, I think. No, someone else said Howard Johnson. Someone said, I think the mayor, you're doing a fine job of this, so thank you. I just wanted you to know that wasn't a fatal error. It wasn't a fatal error, what she said. She mixed up the location where there might be multiplex. But yes, you're right. On the one hand, we are talking about closing Bevan Pool for 3 months, and on the other hand, we are entertaining the notion that we might look to have a multiplex built here. So I just wanted you to know you didn't make a mistake.
Thank you very much. So the next speaker is Miss Geraldine. I wrote it down. Proughton. Thank you. That's spelled Prouten for the clerks. Thank you, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for entertaining my presentation. And I want to address Your Worship, Mayor McKay, and Council. Part of what I will say and maybe end up with is regarding communication, and I can hear quite clearly that communication between the Council and the citizens of Nanaimo on this issue have been extremely difficult. First of all, I want to present to you a petition that I did put out on the internet, and I got information secondhand again about the closure, the possible closure of Bevan Park, and I was very concerned, and I wanted as many people in the region to hear about the problem so that they could respond, and this was the resolution. Nanaimo City Council needs to hear from you. Recent announcements indicate that a Nanaimo City Council is considering closing Bevan Pool for 3 months yearly in order to save money. This would be a costly mistake on many levels. Given the proximity of our citizens to water play areas, 5 lakes and the ocean, it is vital that every opportunity be taken to teach swimming to all in order to prevent drowning. Given the population of Nanaimo at 90,000 plus, it is unreasonable to close one of the 2 indoor public pools. Research into recommendations on pools per population done by the Nanaimo Aquatic Development Society indicated that we should have 1 pool per 25,000 persons to meet public need. We are not even close to this recommendation. Given the need for warm water physical therapy for people with disabilities, this pool must remain open to allow fitness levels to be maintained. A 3-month hiatus could cause serious deficits in health for many and cost our healthcare system. Many do not understand the importance of warm water for infants, children, elderly, fragile, or injured individuals. According to research published in the Biology of Exercise, the effect of water temperature on the human body and the swimming effort, temperatures of 33 to 34 degrees Celsius are appropriate for these groups. Bevan Pool is usually between 27.8 and 29 degrees Celsius, while NAC is 26.1 to 27.2, considerably cooler. At water temperatures below 30 degrees centigrade, hypothermia sets in. Nanaimo City has a contract with its citizens to serve the public. Pools are not here to make money, but to provide a service to citizens who support it through taxes. Bevan Pool has been a great service to a full lifespan of users, from infants to seniors. It provides lessons, therapy, and fitness training. It is central for most citizens. The staff and users have a bond of appreciation. Many groups rent this pool for training, including private swim clubs, synchronized swimming clubs, Special Olympics, physiotherapy groups, scuba clubs, kayak clubs, to name a few. The lifeguards at Bevan Pool serve as first responders for the complete Bevan complex, including the ice rink and the community center, a vital service to all users. Bevan Pool has allowed for the creation of community bonds, resulting in many social connections for citizens of all ages. To ignore the benefit of this pool to all users is faulty thinking. As citizens of Nanaimo, we support our council in creating the best possible environment for promoting health and fitness for all. Now, this petition went out, and it has now got 768 people, and I know there was some concern from those on council who said that maybe people who weren't in the district signed this. Well, I perused this, because I just got it today, and determined that there was, out of the 768 people, I couldn't identify more than 10 people from out of district. And some of those people who were out of district, I know personally, signed because they have relatives in this area who are of concerned health for them. So they were trying to support their relatives. So I will leave this with you and the petition so that you have all of it to peruse yourself. And in closing, I want to comment a little bit on the communication problem, and maybe there's some way that council could communicate more effectively with people when these very personal issues come up. I go to Bevan Pool with my husband on a regular basis. Not once did I see a sign there indicating that this was going to be an issue. No one announced it. It all came about to me by rumor and innuendo. So I think that there needs to be a different way to communicate with we, the public, so that we can talk with you and not have everybody upset about it. And I urge you to think about a different way to send out these very important issues to the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't see any questions. Can we have a motion to receive the delegation, please? Moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Brennan. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Sammer.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, from a staff perspective, Council has agreed to add the core services review. It's a standing item to all of your agendas to permit the public an opportunity to come forward and present information on all the different stuff that's in the core services. And I think tonight we received some great presentations, and I would ask if it was possible to get copies of the presentation, that staff has those available when we come forward with reports and recommendations for council on what to do. This is one of dozens and dozens of recommendations in the report, and we want to be able to capture the consultation that's occurred and some of the information that the core services consultants didn't look at in terms of the different reasons and uses and differences between the pools. So it's very useful information, and it would be benefit for staff to have that.
Thank you. Next item, number 11B, that is Councillor Kipp Community Town Hall Sessions. There's a motion that Councillor Kipp brought forward that Council, as part of the Council Procedure Bylaw Review process, consider hosting community town hall sessions monthly or as determined before a regularly scheduled council meeting or after a committee of the whole meeting, where members of the public can register to address the council in an informal environment. The length and frequency of the webcast that is recorded and responded to would be determined by the Council Procedure Bylaw Review process. Do we have a mover? No? No mover? Fails for no mover. Thank you.
Your Worship? I suggest we put it on the September 12th. We originally put it on this agenda. I thought Councillor Kipp would be here this evening, but as he's not, could we put it on the September 12th agenda?
Your motion to defer. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next one, number 11C, Councillor Brennan, medical marijuana related business bylaw. We have the bylaw is, or the, pardon me, the motion is in the agenda. We have 4 delegations. First one being Mr. Matthew O'Donnell. And we're 5 minutes.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. I'm just here basically to speak tonight in support of Councillor Brennan's motion. I'd just like to review the motion very quickly here. That Council directs staff to review the City of Victoria's draft medical marijuana-related business bylaw and their proposed amendments to Victoria's zoning bylaw, and that should the full report not be available, that staff prepare an interim report for Council's information on or before September the 19th. In my opinion, I believe that this motion is very straightforward. I believe that it is a reasonable request. Brief history, as I'm sure we're all aware, back in December of last year, A few medical cannabis dispensaries experienced raids from the RCMP. We were hoping at that point, because of what happened, we would be able to get the ball rolling on having a meaningful discussion with all interested stakeholders, council, city staff, the RCMP, the community as a whole, stakeholders in the cannabis dispensaries, et cetera. We were really hoping to have that discussion start at that point. We did have one meeting after city or council had moved to prepare a staff report on the issue of cannabis dispensaries. And a few of us did actually meet with city staff earlier on this year to discuss just that. It was also a very productive meeting. The problem, however, is that after that meeting, nothing has really happened. To be quite frank, what we've heard what we hear in the news is essentially what we hear for information, and we have been waiting rather patiently since December. To basically get the ball rolling on bylaws and some sort of regulation. Out in the political commentary world, the term Wild West is being used a lot about Nanaimo, particularly about the dispensaries, because we have no regulation. And we look at other municipalities throughout British Columbia, Vancouver, they've been proactive on this. Victoria has been very proactive about this, which is what we would like to speak with you about tonight. Smaller municipalities such as Port Alberni, they have also been proactive on licensing dispensaries. And to be fair, on the flip side, we also have municipalities such as Duncan, which have banned dispensaries outright. Obviously, it's a different situation in Duncan as it is here. We have about 14 dispensaries operating in Nanaimo, and it would be relatively difficult for that to happen here in Nanaimo. But with all that said, I truly believe that it's time for us to get the ball rolling and start having that discussion. We know that changes and changes to our regulations and our bylaws, they're not going to happen overnight, and we're not expecting that. We're very realistic, but now is the time. It's been a long time, and I think that Councillor Brennan's motion, just asking for an update and to study the Victoria bylaws, I think would be very useful for both staff and council. So I won't waste any more of your time tonight. There are some people from Victoria who wish to address council as well, who have had a direct hand with the City of Victoria in formulating their bylaws, and they would like to share some more information with council. So I'll let them go into more details about the specifics about what's happening in Victoria. And we're really hoping that tonight we can have some sort of motion or just start the discussion about cannabis dispensaries, because now is the time. So thank you for your time, and have a great night.
Thank you. I don't see any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call the question on receipt of the delegations at the end of all the delegations. The next one is Mr. Dieter McPherson.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Dieter McPherson. I'm with the Canadian Association of Medical Cannabis Dispensaries. I'll give you a quick rundown of who we are. And
where's your city of residence, sir?
Sorry, I'm at 1246 Gladstone Avenue in Victoria, BC, so I'm based out of Victoria. The Canadian Association of Medical Cannabis Dispensaries was founded in 2010 as an industry association to create a common core set of standards and bring certification to an industry at that point, which was very small. There was about 11 of us across the country. We are now an organization that represents 45 dispensaries across this country, which have adopted a core set of certification standards that cover everything from personal information and privacy to patient care. Our standards were included in the City of Vancouver as part of their licensing structure to create a two-tiered system between standard storefronts and what they call compassion clubs, so those that are modeled after the original of the dispensaries. We were integral in the drafting of the Victoria regulations through their consultation process, and we worked hand in hand for quite a few months to work on those. I'm here to talk about, I guess, the nature of the Local Governments Acts, your charter, and how you're going to be able to, in theory, work through your jurisdictional powers under your own charter to manage an issue that's clear and present and obviously isn't going away. So your charter is very similar. You were under the same charter as Victoria, which means your powers as a government are virtually the same, although you may have specific amendments under your zoning bylaw, your ticketing bylaw, and your signage bylaws. The basics of the zoning amendments in Victoria are the same that you can pass. The conduct of businesses, where they are located, how they operate, tort or nuisance law, so those are things like smell, the signage on the front of the business, are all completely within your jurisdiction. Victoria and Vancouver, rightly, with very, very large legal budgets, looked at this and realized that as long as you do not touch the actual content of the cannabis, so if you do not try and regulate the purity, the quality, the types of products that are available, you are completely on side and within your realm or bailiwick of responsibility. The City of Victoria took a great deal of time and consultation to move forward with its set of regulations. There's a lot that can be learned from what they've offered through that process and can be adopted here in Nanaimo. Some of the questions that we often hear is, why do we not wait for the federal government? Well, although the federal government has announced that they're going to be working on legislation for April of next year, that is drafted legislation. That is not tabled. It still has to go through the House, through the Senate, back to the House. And based on the British North American Act, each one of the provinces then have to write their own regulations for distribution, because this is property. It's exactly the same as alcohol as far as the Constitution is concerned. And then you guys as municipalities will likely be the last ones to be handed a set of provincial and federal regulations, which you then have to deal with. The criminal code is not up to dealing with this issue. You've seen that here. The likelihood of convictions is next to nothing. The police are the wrong tool for the job, which is why we're dealing with what's called the reality on the ground. So you can become proactive on this issue and realize that the bylaws that have been drafted in Victoria and Vancouver will apply under legalization like they do now. A few minor changes to wording, and you've dealt with the exact same issues. What are the buffers? Do you have sensitive use cases that you would like to see dispensaries removed from? Currently, you don't have the power as a municipal government to fine them above your existing structure, which I'm guessing is about $100 a day, which would just be the cost of doing business. And until you engage in a licensing program that includes them in some sort of framework and also gives you the tools to regulate them, that would be increases of fines, your ticketing bylaw would be amended, your hands are tied. So this is an issue that isn't going away. Dispensaries are popping up across this country, but you do have clear authority over issues of land use. So we've seen in the media that there are some nuisances locally that are somewhat difficult and they're contentious. You're able to deal with those if we move forward with licensing. So like I said, Victoria has done a lot of the legwork for you. You're under the same charter. You have exactly the same structure. Vancouver wasn't, because they have their own community charter, so we all know that. But the work is largely done. The longer you wait, the more difficult this will become. This will become much like alcohol in 2001 when we had the changes in the liquor laws and we had everybody running for grandfathering. Exactly the same problem. So being proactive will allow you to get more involved in the process. You can engage your community and stakeholders. You can ask them what their concerns are and draft specific regulations that are important to this community. So you can protect your heritage zones. You can say these are sensitive use cases, schools, things of that nature. And then through the rezoning process, you're able to then limit where these businesses can operate. So that's the gist of my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. I think we've got a couple. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. So let me get this straight. We can control our sign bylaw. So tomorrow or tonight, if council says there will be no sign showings of a marijuana leaf, we can pass that right now. And all those dispensaries would not be able to put up a marijuana leaf.
I believe an amendment to a bylaw would need 3 readings and may have to go to public hearing, but in theory, yeah, that's the process. You could enforce your existing sandwich board bylaw, which requires a permit. I don't know if you enforce that widely. The City of Victoria certainly does. So even before the licensing process has been officially started, communication went out to every dispensary saying that those sandwich boards on public property have to be removed. The city saw 100% compliance. These businesses want to be included.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether to ask a question right now or do you got some more speakers coming up?
There are, yeah.
Okay. Actually, I'll get a kick at it right now with yourself. First of all, I couldn't agree with yourself, with Matt and yourself, sir, about having to be proactive. We have to be very proactive. And we're having a lot of these nuisance ones happening. So I think the question I would have now is, in being in Victoria, where you guys have some bylaws in your city, is there revenue being generated for the city under some way, shape, or form? And also, are the nuisance or maybe the ones that are a little bit sketchy, almost weaned out?
Good point.
And like stuff like that.
Yeah. So. Revenue is a tough one. So under the Local Government Act, you can effectively levy a tax, but there can be certainly cost recovery. In the City of Victoria, their rezoning process, which is separate from the licensing process, is, I believe, a fee of $7,500, and you pay that whether you get the license or not. So they're upfront, they're requiring a rezoning application and quite a large fee, so that all the work done in the process of sorting out who's going to get a license or not is paid for beforehand. You, within that charter, your community charter, can recover all those costs. So you can set it high, like Vancouver did at $30,000, run it for a couple of years, review, see how much it costed you, and move it down. As for nuisances or problem operators, the whole point of these type of bylaws is to give you the tools to then set a standard that you can legitimately enforce. Asking the police to do it isn't going to work. They don't have the tools to do it, and because they can't effectively get charges because the law is going to change, you're left to unfortunately deal with this problem, like with all levels of government. Municipalities kind of get the bum deal at the end of the day. So yes, we're certainly seeing in Vancouver about 40% of the dispensaries have shut down. Going through a rezoning application, getting all your permits, going through the architects, making sure your building envelope is correct, that you've got all your structural and your permit, you've got a clean hands covenant if you've done unlicensed modifications without a permit. This is the kind of stuff that really separates those that are really into this and can work with the government through regulations and those that can't. I'm not saying that your regulations have to be restrictive or prohibitive, but they certainly will tell you a lot about the operators, and you can include things like criminal background checks for those that are managers or operators. The City of Victoria and Vancouver certainly have.
So just to wrap up, if I may, quickly, is I heard the comments tonight. Like, let's continue the discussion, absolutely, but more so, I'd like to amp it up and get proactive. And like you stated, when the feds kick in, if they ever do it, or when it goes to the province, they'll be basically templating existing structures. So I'd rather be very proactive, again, to overuse the word, and be the front runner on this that works best for our city and not be waiting for the feds or our province. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got a couple of questions for you myself. Have Victoria adopted their bylaws?
They've gone through first and second reading. The final reading is expected very soon. So we're looking at, I believe, about 8 weeks for the final implementation, and then it's done. It's gone through town hall. It's gone through public consultation. They're just waiting on final reading.
Okay, thank you.
So they're unlikely to see many changes.
So the next one is your association. Do you represent medical dispensaries?
Correct.
Or distribution of distributors of marijuana for all purposes?
So our trade membership and our certification program have strict guidelines about medical access. Having said that, the differentiation between medical and recreational, unfortunately, is not the jurisdiction of a city. The question you have to ask yourself is whether or not you're willing to have marijuana sold in storefronts in your city, with or without medical or non-medical access, because unfortunately you're not able to regulate that. That's outside of your purview. That's something that the police can enforce if they so choose. So you are the funding agency from the police. I'm assuming you guys have a committee that deals with the RCMP on a biweekly or monthly basis. This is something that you guys can communicate with them in partnership, like in Vancouver and Victoria. Vancouver has taken a very hands-off approach. The Vancouver Police Department saying that they have much better things to do, and they don't really put out much comment about the difference between recreational use and medical use. The City of Victoria and the police in Victoria have been more specific about that they're supporting the regulations for medical access and not recreational, and that'll be up to you to decide in partnership with your own police liaison how you would like to see that enforced. So Camp CD certainly does represent only medical dispensaries, but that's not to say that the industry isn't shifting, and we are seeing some level of speculation leading up to legalization. So that, it's a fair argument to say that it is being sold quite openly in communities across this country. Let's be honest, it has for 40 years. This isn't anything new.
Thank you. And my last question is with respect to the term regulation. You consider regulation to be with respect to zoning operation, but not content?
No. So The city of Victoria, rightfully, in my opinion, engaged the provincial health authority and said the federal government is not doing anything about this. We've written letters over the past 15 years, which they have to the federal government, saying we want answers on this, because Victoria's had dispensaries now for going on 21 years, and they've never responded. So the city of Victoria addressed the provincial health officer and said, look, we're going to be regulating these businesses. We're also going to be regulating bakeries and ancillary businesses that produce goods that go into these dispensaries. You need to step in and regulate. This is within your authority as the public health body in the province. So food safety is definitely something they can regulate. You know, Vancouver Island Health Authority has jurisdiction over some part of this. And VIHA is slowly looking to get involved in Victoria. They have gone in and inspected some food production facilities that create edibles and derivatives. In Vancouver Coastal Health, just like VIHA, has gone in and is now looking at temperatures, cold hold, whether the fridges are up to code in dispensaries. So there is some level of third-party involvement, but as far as your jurisdiction is concerned, as soon as you start to regulate an illegal product, not so much the business that's selling it, you'll run afoul of the CDSA and federal regulations. So you have to be very careful. That's why Vancouver and Victoria and other jurisdictions regulate the conduct of the business, signage, land usage, the things that are traditionally within your power. You can kind of add a few things onto there, like nobody under the age of 19 is allowed in those businesses, which Victoria has done. You can set the hours of operation. You can ban them from certain areas. But when it comes to the content of the products, no. But dispensaries have been around for quite some time. Cannabis has been around for quite some time. And we do not see an epidemic of sick people across this country. That's not to say it couldn't be improved, and regulations should be more stringent and comprehensive. But in the interim, this isn't a public health crisis. What this is a vacuum of regulations and a nuisance that just needs addressing so that everybody knows the left and the right wall and where they fit. So I would be careful around the idea of regulating the quality of those products.
Thank you very much. I can't speak for the rest of council, but your presentation has been very helpful to me. Thank you. I don't see any other questions.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Ms. Victoria Ingram.
Good evening. I'd like to thank you, council members and Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Victoria Ingram of 1723 Denman Street, Victoria, BC. I'm the Chief Compliance Officer for Trees Dispensary. This is likely a position that many are not familiar with and would most likely not associate with cannabis dispensaries in general. So I'd like to take the time to share with you what the role entails and why it's so significant for the upcoming changes to legislation in the industry. The primary concern of my role is to ensure that each of our locations are abiding by the policies and procedures developed to meet and exceed standards and protocols set by both external bodies and internal management. This includes standard policies such as dress code, hygiene, and inventory control, as well as specific policies relative to the industry, such as our strict intake and privacy policies. It's common to believe that dispensaries are unable to follow any form of guidelines because they exist in such a gray area, but that's where it falls upon us as industry leaders to provide an example. By establishing a strong set of rules that a business can be held accountable for, we bring a new level of legitimacy to the cannabis industry that was not previously in existence. These rules have been based on standards set for MMPR growers, as well as ordinary standards and expectations for retail facilities and organizations. At Trees Dispensary, for example, audits are conducted regularly to ensure standards are met and maintained. Any concerns are addressed with employees, management, and executives, and are reviewed and resolved in a timely manner. This allows us to feel confident that we are providing our patients with the best care possible, and we're protecting the best interest of our patients at the same time. Some of the foremost reasons for dispensaries include safety and accessibility for our patients. A large portion of our patients are senior citizens that suffer from debilitating conditions where various forms of cannabis can ease their symptoms. With the current stigma associated with cannabis use, it can be difficult for patients to feel comfortable accessing medical cannabis, and the benefits and uses are often unknown. Ultimately, our objective is to remove those barriers through education, clean, comfortable environments, and the transparency as to how we operate our business. There may be other methods for patients to obtain medical cannabis, such as the new guidelines that will be enacted later this week, which will allow patients to produce cannabis for themselves. However, we aim to provide an easy, safe alternative that can meet their needs with a less arduous process than this or acquiring from a licensed producer. To put it in perspective, in 2002, there were approximately 470 authorized medical cannabis patients. Comparatively, as of September 30th, 2015, roughly 30,500 patients were registered with the MMPR program. That is a growth of 6,389%, simply showing the number of patients that exist and find relief from the use of medical cannabis. And this is not including the approximate 28,900 patients that were licensed from the previous MMAR program to grow themselves or designated someone to grow on their behalf. Now think about the number of patients that may exist in your community that do not have the confidence or ability to endure the long process set out by licensed producers and federal medical marijuana programs. By having dispensaries available, it can become a commonplace medicinal treatment, just like a pharmacy that your community can feel proud to support and comfortable to obtain their medicine from. We want to see members of our communities experience an increased quality of life from the benefits of medicinal cannabis use. Many patients are beginning to avoid the strength of chemically derived medications or attempting to curb substance abuse problems. And that's where dispensaries can provide a safe and natural alternative. Through proper testing and quality control, we can give our patients the confidence that there is a safe alternative that they can feel at ease using. The ease of access to those who require it for medical purposes is why we're standing before you asking for regulation. Regulation is not a way to harm the industry or stifle it. It's simply a way to control it and mold it into a safer, accessible medicine just as any other. At Trees Dispensary, we agree and we embrace it. While we recognize that not all dispensaries take this model and approach, Trees Dispensary aims to show you that it can be done, there is a better way, and it can have a positive impact on your community and the patients within it. Although it may be a difficult path to walk, Trees Dispensary is committed to leading by example and working cooperatively with municipalities such as your own to show that it is possible to have a model of best practice. This model will allow us to not only provide aid to patients, but to support surrounding communities in a positive way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt has a question for you.
Yes. I was unclear. You're working for Trees Dispensary.
I do. Yes.
Okay. They are your employer.
Yes.
And you're a.
I'm the Chief Compliance Officer.
Okay. And how many dispensaries then are you responsible for?
So we have 5 locations across the island right now, 4 in Victoria and 1 in Nanaimo.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next delegation is Mr. Alex Robb.
Hello, thank you. My name is Alex Robb. My address is 1030 Fairfield Road in Victoria. Members of Council, Mayor McKay, thank you very much for receiving our delegation today. I work as community liaison for Trees Dispensary. I'm also one of the owners of Trees Dispensary. Trees Dispensary, as Victoria said, we have 5 locations, 4 in Victoria, 1 in Nanaimo at 1483 Bowen Road. We've been around since 2013. We have over 50 employees. This year alone, we're a business like any other. We've paid almost $800,000 worth of tax this year from payroll taxes, GST remittances, business income tax. I'm here tonight to offer support for this motion to direct City staff to review the City of Victoria's medical marijuana bylaw and proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw. And I want to encourage the City of Nanaimo to follow a similar model. This is the second delegation that I've given to the City of Nanaimo. I was also here in a meeting on December 15th following the RCMP raids. In that meeting, I made the point that the RCMP, I thought, were acting with the limited tools that they had in a misguided attempt to promote public safety. The RCMP action was misguided for 2 reasons. First of all, it was a waste of public resources. Everyone that they arrested was released and the charges were stayed, and now there are twice as many dispensaries operating in Nanaimo. Second, and more importantly, the RCMP action was misguided because by closing down these storefronts, They prevented people who were diseased and disabled from accessing the medicine that they need in order to treat their conditions, or in order to provide for adjunct therapy for other treatments that they're undergoing. Dispensaries are the only place that somebody can obtain something like edible cannabis, somebody can obtain high CBD concentrates or oils, or where somebody can obtain something like a cannabis suppository, which is showing itself to be one of the most effective treatments for people who are suffering cervical cancer, rectal cancer, anal cancer. These things are not available anywhere else except for from medical cannabis dispensaries. In the weeks following the RCMP raids, we operate several stores in Victoria. We saw an alarming number of sick, disabled, and elderly people driving from Nanaimo to Victoria in order to obtain their medicine. It did not promote public safety to be having people who would normally be going down the road to Bowen Road to get their medicine, driving 2 hours to Victoria, especially people who are undergoing therapy for cancer or other kinds of diseases. In January, I participated in a meeting with the city staff here in Nanaimo to discuss possible licensing options, along with Dieter McPherson and some operators of other dispensaries here in Nanaimo. Today I'm here because I've not seen very much progress in the city of Nanaimo, but I want to report a little bit about some of the progress that we've had in the city of Victoria. I want to suggest that the city of Nanaimo might be very interested in the process the city of Victoria is pursuing. Licensing cannabis dispensaries in Victoria will take 2 stages. The first thing that the city of Victoria has done is part of the first bylaw is to extend to amend their 5-year financial plan to increase expenditures by $187,000 and $187,000, which will be offset by an equal amount by the rezoning fee that they'll be levying on all applicants. So the rezoning fee is $7,500. There's 35 dispensaries at least operating in Victoria right now, and the city is planning that at least 25 of those dispensaries are going to apply for a license. And that initial $187,000 is going to go directly to training staff, to hiring a full-time employee who's going to be working underneath the business license inspector in Victoria in order to make sure that all of the dispensaries in Victoria are falling in line with compliance, in order to make sure that they can pay for educating the staff and also pay to have that full-time employee who's going to the different dispensaries and making sure that they're complying with what's required of them. The Victoria intends, after this initial $7,500 application fee, to then have an annual $5,000 fee for the licensed dispensaries. It's likely, given the timeline that we're looking at, that licenses won't actually be handed out until perhaps January, perhaps March of next year. But the process is likely going to begin in October, and the rezoning applications will go in. I think that one of the most important things about this is it's not that it's a revenue generator, it's a way of providing the city with the tools that they need to manage the issue on the ground. As well as the licensing fee that I discussed, they've also amended their ticketing schedule. So if there's a dispensary that's operating another business alongside medical marijuana-related business, they'll have they will have a $1,000 fee, a ticket. If there's another business that is operating, or if they have improper air filtration, $500 fee. If they're advertising, a $1,000 ticket, and so on. So by way of conclusion, I want to say that while the city of Nanaimo is waiting for guidance from the federal government, it's entirely within the city's purview to regulate zoning, land use, and to take measures to mitigate public nuisances by requiring air filtration and security measures. And finally, I also want to suggest that it's also within Nanaimo's official community plan to encourage the social enrichment and promote livable community by providing for this kind of regulation and licensing of businesses that may be regarded as nuisances in the community. Thank you. That's all my comments today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
I've got a couple for you. Councillor Pratt.
You mentioned they were budgeting $187,500.
That's right.
And is that for a staff member?
So they intend to hire one full-time staff member who's going to be working directly under the business license inspector. There's only one business license inspector in Victoria, and I don't think that she wanted to spend all of her time going to the different dispensaries. And so the idea is that it gives the funding and the time, because there's going to be a 3-month buffer between when they actually pass the licensing regulations and when they accept any applications for rezoning. So it gives the city the time and the resources to train their staff, to hire a new staff person, and to train that person to go around to the different dispensaries and what to look for and how to ticket.
So that's an annual amount?
No, so
That's only
that's the initial amount.
That's the initial amount.
And that will be paid for by the application fees. So it's paid for before even handing out any of these licenses or before anybody even applies for a license. They're already recouping the costs. And the City of Victoria has already necessarily borne significant costs because of the cannabis dispensaries, just in having to devote police resources or community liaison resources or have the business license inspector go in and examine everyone to just go through the public hearing process. And so they're already looking to recoup costs.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify some points that I don't think the RCMP wasted any money. They did their job. People complained. If you were in Nanaimo and seeing those people stand in the middle of the highway holding up signs pointing to dispensaries, kids walking down the street, trying to lure them in, the police did their job. They did a fine job. I credit the police for what they did. After the fact, hardships on people, I didn't get a single email from any member of the public saying, you took my dispensary away. I have a hardship. Where's my medical dispensaries? We didn't get that. So your information and our information, a little different. Just wanted to clarify that. We have made progress. I don't see that person standing outside the highway with a sign anymore. I don't see parents, grandparents emailing us complaining that their grandchildren are trying to be lured in. We have made progress. Not huge strides like everybody else, but to come and tell us that we haven't done anything, thank you.
I'm sorry, my intention was to not say that you haven't done anything, but that I did participate in this this meeting back in January, and I've been paying close attention to council minutes, and I have not seen follow-up from that since. So that was merely what I was saying.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fuller.
I'm just curious as to whether Trees accepts only MMPR prescriptions.
So the model that we follow is that we require medical documentation, a confirmation of diagnosis. One of the problems with the MMPR, as it has been rolled out, is that the physicians were not behind it. They did not want to be the gatekeepers for this program, and many physicians are not adequately, like, their journals of medical research have only been covering cannabis just recently. We've only discovered the human endocannabinoid system as a system and how cannabis affects the human body since the 1980s. And much of the research in North America was being squashed because of the taboo against marijuana. So a lot of the research was done in Europe or in Israel. So the physicians didn't want to be the gatekeepers. And so even
all physicians?
No, not all physicians. Some physicians would.
Some physicians.
But many people would go to their family doctor. They would say, I have this condition. I know that cannabis is the thing that helps me. And the doctor would say, well, I can tell that your symptoms are alleviated, but I can't prescribe it for you because I don't know enough about it. I don't know how to prescribe it or dose it. My licensing body is warning me against it. My insurance is warning me against it. And so even physicians that would be potentially interested in prescribing cannabis have often been dissuaded from doing so by the pressures of the community and also by the taboo. So what we require is a confirmation of diagnosis from a health center, a doctor, a physician, a hospital, and we need to see confirmation that you have a condition that cannabis has been shown to be an effective treatment for.
Follow-up question. Do you have your own doctors doing this?
No, we don't. We have a form that we provide to potential members to take to their doctor's hospital or health center.
But you just said their doctors don't like to go through that process, so...
And so their doctor doesn't provide them a prescription for cannabis. What they provide them is a confirmation that they have chronic pain or a confirmation that they have a torn ligament.
So essentially you're just giving people medical marijuana based on the fact that you think it might actually help with something.
That's right, yeah.
Thanks.
And they're...
No worries. I totally believe some people actually do get help from it. But I would prefer these things actually went through the medical system. I thought the MMPR thing was fairly reasonable. And, you know, if a person's regular physician may not want to do it, then they can seek other doctors' opinions. That's what I would do for any medical diagnosis.
Yeah.
So sooner or later, they should be able to hit a doctor that's actually going to be able to do it for them. I don't know.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. Just quickly, thank you for your presentation. I know tonight's conversation whether to support the staff looking into the Victoria model, and it sounds like your 4 stores are not the Wild West, as someone mentioned earlier, if I'm reading that right. So I just want to say I like the idea, again, being repetitive, about $7,500 to $10,000 user fee, and then the business license annually from there, which we could probably set that rate as well.
Pardon me?
Which we could probably set the business license rate as well for this product. So again, I think we've got to be proactive. We've got to have a hard conversation, because sitting back doing nothing, which is sort of how I feel personally at least, is not the way to go, because this is going to happen. It's going to fly right by us. And it doesn't mean I'm sitting here promoting marijuana. I'll be crystal clear. But I want to do it from a best practices lens. And way we've got to get a grip on this, because right now, like, I work down the south end. I drive by to work every morning and see some morons sitting outside toking up this and that, like, with no quality insurance, and people outside their business. Just the 3 in a row on my way to work. I work down on the res here in Nanaimo, and people are smoking up out front with no quality insurance. And it's like no one's sitting outside a beer and wine store just drinking beers because it's right there. So it's got no rules around it. So I look forward to this real hard conversation, because we have to do it. So I want to thank you, Time, for coming up and sharing your story and the journey, how it's working on with best practices down in your neck of the woods. Thank you very much.
Great. Well, thank you too. And that's why we're here today as well, in order to make sure that we can continue to provide medicine for the patients who need it, and we're differentiated by the people who are just standing outside smoking and selling to anybody.
Thank you very much. No further questions. So, Council, can we have a motion to receive the delegations, please? Moved by Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Now, Councillor Brennan, your motion.
My motion is that Council direct staff to review the City of Victoria's draft medical-related business bylaw, that's medical cannabis-related business bylaw, and their proposed amendments to Victoria's zoning bylaw, and that, should the full report not be available, that staff prepare an interim report for Council's information on or before September 19th, 2016.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Pratt.
And
Discussion.
if I could speak to that. I think each delegation today reminded us that this motion was made on December 14th, 2016, and we haven't had any movement on it so far as Council's aware. Just back up a little bit to last year. We're just pre-UBCM, and last year at the UBCM there was a panel on marijuana sales, and Dr. Perry Kendall, he's the provincial health officer, so he's the guy who the province would go to and who we would look to for some advice on this kind of issue. And he said at that time at the UBCM on the panel, he said, I think you need to get ahead of this. He said, predicting the illicit marijuana market will otherwise continue to boom without any safeguards for public health. So his opinion is it's time. It's time to get ahead of this. And we should be doing that as communities. We should be getting ahead of issues like this. The UBCM next month in Victoria, there are 3 cities that are bringing resolutions for the discussion and debate of the members, and they want to make they have a resolution to make a case for a piece of the tax revenue from the sale of marijuana. So that would be a piece of the provincial and federal tax revenue from the sales. So other communities are wanting to get ahead of this in different ways. But that one's really important, I would say, because that's what happened several years ago when the FCM came out ahead of things, and cities across the nation were talking about, we need the federal government to share their tax revenue with us. It isn't adequate for us to just tax properties. It's not fair, and we need another source of revenue. And the FCM lobbied the federal government, and they came up with the gas tax plan. And that means a lot of money to communities. That means that the UBCM, bodies like the UBCM and the FCM, are important lobbyists for us in terms of issues like this that are important to us. That being one that we're going to be debating at the UBCM, and this one, the one we're talking about tonight. Vancouver, Victoria, and Port Alberni are among the first cities to explore regulations to reduce community impacts of the businesses while still maintaining access to medical marijuana. And that was the preface for the City of Victoria when they began their work on developing the bylaws. So they've gotten so far that on July 28th, their staff presented several bylaws to council that would regulate business and land use aspects of marijuana-related businesses. So they are concentrating on zoning and land use, which is within our purview. We can do that. Victoria is currently involved in public consultation on those bylaws. And they have two proposed regulations. One that would limit the size, text, and images on signs. These are the two that they're trotting out for discussion. So limiting the size, text, images, and the number of signs. And the second one is to restrict marijuana-related businesses everywhere in Victoria unless expressly permitted through the rezoning process. And that's what we do for liquor stores. That's how we handle it. We would simply be making the same rules for marijuana dispensaries. So if all goes according to Victoria's plan, and if the business license bylaws receive final approval, the city will start accepting business license applications for marijuana-related businesses on October 1st, 2016. And secondly, should the September 8th public hearing on changing the bylaws to only allow stores that have got approval through bylaw, that they'll start accepting rezoning applications. So September 8th, public hearing, it's approved, then they can start accepting business applications. And I think one of the presenters said it's not likely because of the whole process that Victoria envisions going through. It's not likely that they will be licensed until the new year, perhaps. I think he said the spring. So that's the process they're going through. That's the process I'm asking us to ask our staff to give us a report on, preferably before September 19th, because I would like to go to the UBCM equipped with this information so that I can participate, as I hope each one of you want to do, to participate in that effort to begin the lobby to get our cities arranged so that we can do this without having the kinds of mayhem that I think we were seeing on the streets that I think Councillor Hong referred to. So I would really like to see us do this. I think it's time. December 14th was the original motion. We're now nearing the end of August. We deserve a report, and even I mean, I understand that our staffing is down, that the numbers are down, that it's hard, our capacity is low for getting the work done. But an interim report is, I think, well within our ability to achieve.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Yeah, I actually don't oppose the motion. What? You went, So I thought you were.
You know what? It was the way you put it. You didn't say I'm in favor of it. You said.
Well, I don't oppose the motion.
Councillor Fuller, please.
No worries. I don't oppose the motion. I know staff have been working on a number of reports. I wouldn't say that because we are down on staffing that the reason we haven't got the report back is because of that. I think it's because we have something like 30 reports in the works. That would be why we haven't got the report back yet, not because we're understaffed. So I do support the motion, and because I really think we need to get a handle on this. And if we have a bylaw on sandwich boards, I've already sent an email out that I want the ones on Nicholl Street off the street. They're very blatantly selling pot. It's not about medical marijuana when you have something that says 3 for $5 or quarters for $20. That's not medical marijuana. And that's what's happening on Nicholl Street. So if we already have the sandwich board bylaw, we can take care of that bit, and this could prepare us for the UBCM. I think it's a good motion to make. So I'll support it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
I too would like to support the motion. I do believe we need to do something about this. And just all that I've heard tonight has been very, very helpful in wrapping my head around how we would even begin to go about this. It's not going to be easy, but I think it will be worthwhile. There's a lot of concern in our community about these dispensaries, and I think we need to address that. We're hearing from people all the time about this. And Councillor Brennan, I appreciate all of your comments. It sounds like you've researched it very well yourself and could probably help the staff write the report. But thank you for your information. It's well researched in terms of bringing this forward.
Thank you. Ms. Sammer, I'm going to hold you till after council's spoken if you have no issue with that. Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. Certainly it appears as though that we might be in fourth place or behind 3 other communities, one of which was Vancouver that botched their scenario in a big way. So somebody after them learned something from Vancouver. So I'm glad that we didn't get out first and botch ours so that everybody could look around and go, thank God we're not doing what Nanaimo did. They botched their plan. So thank God we weren't first out of the gate, so to speak. And we didn't sit in our hands because the RCMP got involved, and we thought and hoped that that would provide us some relief and mitigation, but clearly it isn't the end-all, be-all. This is far more complex than just a set of rules, but a set of rules is important. It's a pretty sexy political topic, and I really thank the people that are in the audience for bringing the research forward before tonight to all of us to provide background and to make presentations with and educate us on the information that you've all brought forward, again, prior to tonight. Will I sit here and think that, Duncan did the right thing by saying no? Do I think that Port Alberni might be in a better position because they've followed through with something that's similar to, and not, as I've said before, Vancouver? I don't know what they're doing in Kelowna and Prince George and Kelowna or Kamloops and in every other city in the province. I have no idea what they're doing, but I do assume that there's going to be discussions, I would hope, at the mayor's 3-hour caucus or whatever you guys do at the UBCM. I hope this is on the agenda for you guys to talk about, at least from the Vancouver Island perspective. I don't know where it is on the list at the floor when you get to the UBCM, how it's brought up, who's bringing it up, what our position is when we go. And as a whole body, we can't go down there with different opinions and different views and different thises and different that's. We better go there singing off the same song sheet, and we need one conductor and one spokesperson. We don't need all 9 of us standing up there saying the same thing. So I hope we know what it is that we're saying in representation of all of us. I did hear capacity as a potential issue for getting reports turned around. If this is something that, in my humble opinion, if this is a priority for council, then I think that we should throw some money at it. And if you want to hire a consultant or to work on our behalf, because we are not in the position to do all the research, turn all the reports around, do all the readings that are necessary, et cetera, then put a motion forward. If we aren't certain that we can have this report back to us well before September the 19th. So you have some time to digest the information and not get it on the 18th and go to UBCM the next week. So clearly we have to do something more than we've done. I don't know what that is. This is a step in the right direction, but I'd certainly like to add money to it so that to meet a 4-week target might be or less now. What's the date today? Could be very challenging to find somebody to do it in a week from now. I don't know. Maybe the people that have provided us all the information so far might be able to help us. So I'd like to see us do something. I don't know if we're going to be able to do the job between now and September the 19th, if that's the date that we're putting on it. So that is my concern, that we can have it done efficiently and effectively and for the 19th. Thank you.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I'll support the motion because I see it as, if not a first step, maybe a second step. I think we do have to start to do something. I'm interested in hearing in detail about what Victoria has done. But for me, that's a long ways from the end of the investigation. I want to know what other communities have done or are proposing to do as well. So I'm not against this motion. I don't know that September 19th is a crucial date, because we will hopefully, I say hopefully, learn more from the UBCM regarding what other communities' plans and approaches are. Just because Victoria is doing something doesn't mean that I'm going to support what they're doing. And I've heard a lot of talk tonight about generating revenue and business licenses and income, and none of that to me in this issue is of primary importance. To me, this issue is about public safety and regulating the quality of product and regulating who are the real deserving users who require medical marijuana for a legitimate medical concern where it might be of assistance. And those people, in my opinion, need to be able to provide a legitimate medical prescription, not any other avenue. So for me, there's a whole lot of discussion left in this. Again, I'll support the motion as a first step. We can find out, even if it's a preliminary report, about what Victoria's proposing. But for me, that's just the start. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have a problem supporting this motion. I'm not expecting much from staff. All they're doing is reviewing a draft bylaw. I can call my counterparts in Victoria and ask them. I don't need staff to tell me. We're not asking for direction from staff. We're asking an information report. We're not going to make a decision. I'm not expecting staff to give me a decision on this, to find out what Victoria does. Like Councillor Thorpe said, well, what's Port Alberni doing? I want to compare those, because the next recommendation is going to be send staff and find out what Port Alberni's doing. Then, hey, let's find out what Vancouver's doing. So it's a start. I'm not expecting much for staff to get anything back to us by September 19th that's going to have enough grit that we're going to be able to make a decision on anything. Information is good. I'm going to talk to my counterparts at UBCM, not just from Victoria, but from other municipalities about marijuana and what they're doing. So it's a good starting step. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff I would like to see on reports, but I don't think this is going to take a lot of staff time, and there's no way I want to spend money on a consultant to go over a bylaw. That's ludicrous. Maybe at some point we should spend money on a consultant when we're ready and to gather everything together. But at this point, I'm not interested in spending money just to look at Victoria's draft bylaw, because I think we need to look at everybody. Like I said, take the best of the best. And like Councillor Bestwick said, I don't want to be the first to fall on our face. So I think this is a good step. So let's just get on with it and get staff to give us a summary of the bylaw as an information report, and we can go from there. But I think I'm going to probably have a better idea of this bylaw when I talk to my counterparts, because that's staff bylaw, and I like to know what the political side is, because we're not going to get the political side from this report, and that's the side that we're working for, the political side. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that I'm not looking for a full report as what was envisioned in December 16. This is just a preliminary look based on what Victoria has done. We've got different sign bylaws, we've got different zoning bylaws, we've got all kinds of different enforcement regimes. So it would be helpful to me, just as Councillor Brennan has suggested, that when we get to Victoria for UBCM, that we've got more information to work with. That's all I'm hoping for. So, all right, Ms. Sammer.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've listened with great interest to the presentations tonight. Really a lot of information, experts in their field, and it was good to hear from them this evening. I'm going to raise a number of different things that I'd like to spend some time speaking about. I have updated council several times on the progress of the report on the marijuana dispensaries. It is something that Dale's group has been reporting on, that they're making progress, they're doing research, and they're moving forward on it. It is complex, and we're hearing 3 or 4 communities of the 200 plus municipalities in British Columbia have started to move on this, but that's 3 or 4 out of 200. And in order to move forward with appropriate due diligence and to bring things in front of council so you can make informed decisions, it's going to take information reports, discussions, and deliberations. If you think recycling and garbage is complex, this is going to be much more complex. What I did hear Councillor Brennan ask for at the last one when she gave us a notice of motion, she wants to be equipped to engage in intelligent conversation when she's at the UBCM. And I took that away to staff. And we can support each and every one of you being informed to the extent that we're able to give you that information prior to going to UBCM. What I think is totally inappropriate, and I don't think is a proper recommendation, is to ask Nanaimo staff to do a report on what Victoria staff are doing and then put that in an open meeting and then ask our staff, do we think what Victoria staff is doing right or wrong? I think that's totally inappropriate. I think a better way for you to get the information that you need in front of you is to have an information session with staff, a couple-hour session where we take you and let you know what we have to date. We give you the information that's there, answer your questions, and get you prepared so you can engage at UBCM. I'm not comfortable with asking staff to prepare a report on our colleagues at the City of Nanaimo or City of Victoria and then sit here, because you'll get the report, we'll tell you what Victoria did, and then you're going to ask us questions. And to answer those questions, we're going to have to comment on what legal counsel and staff did in Victoria, and I just don't think that's appropriate. We are prepared to bring a report forward. I'm not sure what the timing that is on that. We have asked council to confirm the list of reports and for you to prioritize. So if you decide this is one of your most important things that you want to do, and perhaps it might be because when you met with the RCMP, you chose marijuana dispensary enforcement to be one of your priorities, and that the budget that you're allocating to the RCMP is to deal with this issue. It's important to you. So if you want to bump it up, then we can put this report forward. It may take an expert consultant because this is complex. You're dealing with charter issues, you're dealing with business issues, you're dealing with a whole range of things that we need to come in front of you with and be able to answer those to the best of our ability. So I want to bring good products forward. So my recommendation to you is you get an interim verbal report with a meeting with council and staff, and we can take you through. I'm just definitely have a discomfort in writing report on other staff at another city. I just really have a high level of discomfort with that. The other thing that I would raise is that this isn't new conversation. We've been exchanging emails for weeks now. And one of the first sets of emails that we did receive was a request for Mayor McKay to provide a response to council on any interaction that he's had with Mayor Helps, because the two of them wrote a joint letter to the Prime Minister regarding marijuana dispensaries and federal regulation. So I think as part of the information gathering and getting council ready to engage at UBCM, it would be helpful to hear from Mayor McKay on that letter and any responses or any interactions that he's having with Victoria. I think I went through the RCMP, it's a priority of council, the mayor's letter, and what I hope is a viable solution for you to have you prepared for UBCM.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Call a question on the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item. We have two delegations not related to a report on council, and the first one is Ms. Lauren Semple with respect to the Pride Week. I see, it appears that they've left. Next one is Mr. Aha! Regarding Pride Week.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
The floor is yours. If we could get your name and place of residence.
Oh, yes. Lauren Semple, 130 Rose Hill Street, Nanaimo. Okay. So good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lauren Semple, and I am the director for the Nanaimo Pride Society. I am accompanied by Rick Myers, the president of the society, and I'm excited to have the opportunity to share with you the overwhelming success of our 2016 Pride Week celebrations. In 2015, after 18 years of presence within the community, the Nanaimo Pride Society adopted a new name, we elected a new board, and we embarked on a mission to empower, celebrate, and promote inclusiveness, acceptance, and respect among persons of all sexual orientations and gender identities in Nanaimo and the surrounding communities. We started planning for the 2016 Pride Week in the fall of 2015, and right from our initial steering meeting, we knew that we wanted to push the rainbow envelope, and we had some really big ideas. So with visions of rainbow crosswalks, a parade, and a festival dancing in our heads, we set out to host the biggest and brightest Pride celebration that Nanaimo had ever seen. And I am happy to report that we have succeeded. Our first and most important success has been the outpouring of support from our society members, volunteers, community partners, and sponsors. Our 2016 Pride Week would not have been a fraction of the celebration that it was without the countless hours, hard work, and dedication of everyone involved. The people of Nanaimo have truly opened up their hearts and embraced love, equality, and diversity within our community. Those three things, love, equality, and diversity, are very important and powerful pillars of the Pride movement. We at Nanaimo Pride were thrilled with the decision by Mayor and Council to paint 2 rainbow crosswalks at the corner of Commercial and Bastion as a display of support and solidarity with the LGBTQ2 community. Just as they do in cities such as Victoria, Vancouver, and Prince George, these crosswalks serve as a powerful message to the residents of and visitors to Nanaimo that we are an inclusive and welcoming community to live, work, and play in. The social media response to our crosswalks was overwhelming in scope. I am pleased to report that the photos of our new crosswalks posted by the city generated the largest online engagement that the city of Nanaimo has seen to date. Additionally, a filmmaker from Crofton, Jamie Francis, created and posted a video of the painting process that happened on June 5th. That video has been shared over 355 times on Facebook and has accumulated over 21,000 views. The Rainbow Crosswalks provided a wave of excitement and energy, which carried us into our Pride Week celebrations. On June 8th, we gathered at City Hall to raise the rainbow flag and hear the official Pride Week proclamation read by the Honourable Mayor McKay. It was our most successful flag raising yet, with approximately 225 people in attendance and special remarks from our MLAs Leonard Krogh and Doug Routley. Attendees enjoyed the food, facilities, and music provided, and we look forward to continuing the development of this event in the future. On June 10th, our society proudly partnered with Generation Q to host and co-sponsor the first ever queer youth dance at the NDSS Gymnasium. Having a Pride event specifically for the queer and allied youth of Nanaimo was a priority for the society, and Generation Q was the ideal partner. Currently operating under the umbrella of the Boys and Girls Club, their focus is to create a safe and supportive, inclusive space, which is exactly what we wanted our dance to be. The response was passionate and positive, and the youth thoroughly enjoyed the food, photo booth, DJ, and dancing, and even our chaperones from the society had a great time. Saturday 11th was a doubleheader with our first Pride Pet Parade and annual Pride Dance happening. In the afternoon, a colorful parade of animals gathered in Maffeo Sutton Park for festivities with over 50 entries and a strong showing of spectators. This event was very successful, and the society plans to make it an annual one. In the evening, those lucky enough to get tickets danced the night away at Pleasant Valley Hall. Our Pride Dance has been an integral event of our Pride celebration for years and is always very popular and extremely successful. Due to the level of interest, increased community engagement, and the sheer speed that we sold out tickets, our society is looking at larger venues and further growth for this event in 2017. Our 2016 Pride Week wrapped up on June 12th with the crown jewel of our celebration, Nanaimo's inaugural Pride Parade and Festival. We were overjoyed with the level of interest in these 2 events. Being in their first year, it was so important for these events to succeed, and the city rose to the occasion. Our parade boasted over 45 entries of loud, proud, and colorful fun as it traveled from the intersection of Commercial and Terminal up to Front Street and then down to Maffeo Sutton Park. The event was extremely well attended along the route and ended with over 1,000 spectators following the last float of the parade down to the festival grounds. Due to the incredible success of this event, we're absolutely looking at a longer and larger parade route for 2017 as we were turning away entries at the end, and we want to keep that growing. Just like the parade, our inaugural Pride Festival had far exceeded our expectations and goals. We had approximately 10,000 people attend the festival throughout the afternoon and enjoy a wide variety of services and entertainment. We had over 50 registered vendors on site, including local businesses, societies, unions, and associations from elsewhere on the island and the mainland. With beer gardens run by the Kinsmen, a variety of food vendors on site, and a full main stage lineup hosted by the Femme Fatales, there was plenty to take in. It was important to the society that the festival be a family-inclusive event, so we were ecstatic when the Nanaimo, Duncan, and District Labour Council came forward to sponsor our kids area, complete with snow cones, a bouncy castle, and face painting. The feedback and social media engagement was immensely positive. We also had 0 altercations and incidents to report from the site. All in all, we at the Nanaimo Pride Society are elated to report that the 2016 Pride Week events were an outstanding success in all respects. Much of that success came on the shoulders of your support, and words cannot fully express our gratitude for the Mayor and Council, staff, and citizens of our beautiful Harbour City. To close, we would like to present the City of Nanaimo with a certificate of our appreciation.
Work with that.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Council, are there any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, motion to receive the delegation. Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Councillor Bestwick.
Just very quickly, just compliments and congratulations. Your perseverance and work can't be dismissed, so congratulations, you guys.
Thank you. Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Mr. Mike Sunga. With respect to 354 and 356 Watfield.
I'm here today to discuss 356. I'm still attending to the care of my mother. She's still presently sick, and I'm continuing to work on her property. I'm looking to ask council for extension of 60 days to remediate the problem. I've removed 2 vehicles. I've licensed the trailer that was in the closing last term. And blackberries have been taken down. I've got to further discuss with bylaw what else is remaining in his statement. As of 354 property, I'm unaware of the details. So he said there was a letter or whatever, something was passed, but I'm unaware of any letter that was sent to the mailing address, so any details, I'm kind of left at a blank, so I need details of what the matter entails, so that's where I'm at for 354 property.
Thank you. Ms. Samurai, I thought I saw Mr. Davidson here in the gallery earlier.
I'm sorry, what's your question?
I thought I saw Mr. Davidson here. Is he here to
No, I'm the
assist
person.
council?
Yeah. So this evening, this is an issue that can't be dealt with at a COW. It has to be at a council meeting. I'm happy to follow up with you between those meetings with Mr. Davidson.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you very much for your patience. Move receipt of the delegation. Councillor Hong, thank you. Seconder?
Yep.
Councillor Pratt, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item of business is question period.
No questions.
Matthew?
Hi there, I'll make it really quick. Thank you all very much. I just have a quick clarifying question. Ms. Samra, just about the RCMP. And
Through to council, please.
Through to council, I truly apologize. I just wanted, or if I could clarify what the RCMP priority as it pertains, not to drug enforcement, but just to cannabis dispensaries.
That'll be council's ability to respond, not mine. It's question period for council.
Oh, I do apologize for the process. Could someone from council through the mayor please clarify that?
It's one of our priorities is trying to manage this issue.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Pardon me? Yes, the dispensaries, yes.
Okay, excellent. I just wanted to make sure there was clarification there, just in case there's any miscommunication or anything. So thank you so much.
Councillor Pratt.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
It was just one of the things that came up, and we said this is an issue. It hasn't been dealt with yet. to our satisfaction, and so we still, it needs to be on the radar. We knew that this motion was coming forward. We knew that we needed to, look into it more. We knew that eventually a staff report was coming, and so that was part of it, and we didn't want that to fall off the RCMP's radar either, in terms of whatever it was. They, they respond to complaints as well. So they are looking at their options and their, and how they operate within their own mandate.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Our policing policies are on our websites if you actually want to.
Yes, I've read them.
So that's what it was referred to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a motion to adjourn. So moved. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.